Council to order. The first item on our agenda is a motion to adopt our agenda, and on this motion I will turn to Councilor Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to amend and adopt the agenda as follows. To remove from the agenda item 9.6, Ordinance Police Composition of Independent Panel, Ordinance Committee per City Council President Travers.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Second from Councilor Bergman. I will note that we are joined online by Councilors Barlow and Kane, who are in the Busher Conference Room, which we will be adjourning to momentarily for an executive session, so we do have a quorum with their participation virtually. Is there any discussion on the agenda motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have our agenda. The next two items on our agenda are anticipated executive session items. They are item 2.1 and item 2.2. Before making motions on each of these items, we typically turn to the City Attorney's Office to provide a bit of a factual overview as to why the council is moving into executive session on these items, and I will turn to Attorney Brown for that and then to a motion.
Thank you, President Travers. Item 2.1 involves potential litigation regarding a city personnel issue. So that is the factual basis for item 2.1, and item 2.2 is the Railyard Enterprise Project update and involves discussion of negotiations.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Brown. With that, on item 2.1, I will turn to Councilor Doherty for a two-part motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based upon what City Attorney Brown has represented, I would make a motion that the council find that premature general public knowledge of legal advice and information concerning the details of pending and/or potential litigation to which the city is a party or has stated an interest would clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Bergman. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have made that finding. Councilor Doherty, I will now turn to you on motion 2.
Based upon the finding that this council just made, I would move that the council go into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A1F in a pending civil litigation matter pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A1E.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Bergman. I will note that in addition to the council and the mayor, we will be joined in this executive session by City Attorney Brown, Assistant City Attorney Ramakrishnan, CAO Catherine Shad, and from the mayor's office, Aaron Jacobson and Joe McGee. Is there anyone further I'm missing from that list? I don't think so, but.
You're only referring to item 2.1 at this time,
Yes.
right? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a complete list.
Great. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? That motion carries. And before we move to executive session, we will also go to a motion then on item 2.2. And if on that item, based on the statements from the City Attorney's Office regarding negotiations of a real estate transaction, if I could turn to Councilor Doherty for a motion.
Yes, I would also move that the council go into executive session to consider the negotiating or securing of real estate purchases or lease options pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A1F in a pending civil litigation matter pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A2.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Bergman. On this item, I will note that in addition to the council and the mayor, we will be joined by City Attorney Brown, Assistant City Attorney Ramakrishnan, CAO Catherine Shad, from the mayor's office, Joe McGee and Aaron Jacobson, and from the Department of Public Works, Director Chapin Spencer, City Engineer Laura Wheelock, and Senior Engineer Corey Mims. Is there any discussion? And CAO Shad?
There was one additional person, Ashley Parker, Director
Yes.
of Capital Programs.
Okay, thank you. Also joined by Ashley Parker. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. The council is now in executive session. I anticipate we will return between around 6:30 and 6:40 p.m., at which point we will be back in open session for a work session on the Railyard Enterprise Project. Public forum is scheduled for a time certain of 7 p.m. Thank you very much. On our agenda was executive session. We are now out of executive session. I thank the public for their patience here. We have not yet gotten to the third item on our agenda, which is the project update on the Railyard Enterprise Project. We had warned public forum, however, for a time certain of 7 p.m. And again, it is now 7:07 p.m., so we will proceed to item 4 on our agenda, which is public forum, and open it now. We will begin public forum with those here in City Hall who are Burlington residents. When I call your name, I'll ask you to please come forward to the table here. Please make sure the microphone is on by hitting the push button. You'll see a green light on the microphone itself illuminate, and if you could please hold the microphone pretty close to your face, otherwise it doesn't pick up your voice. We will then turn to any Burlington residents who are online. If you are online and in order to have participated in public forum online, you need to, under our rules, have signed up at least 1 hour in advance. We will allow you the opportunity to unmute yourself. Everyone in public forum will have 2 minutes to speak, both here in person and online. Once we have completed public forum online, we will return here to City Hall for any individuals who are Burlington property owners or representing a Burlington organization, and then any non-Burlington residents, and we will repeat that process online as well. Here in City Hall, we welcome a diversity of opinion, but we ask that individuals, when they speak in public forum, please direct their comments to me as chair and not to any individual councilors. We ask that public comments not be individualized in any way. We also ask that City Hall remain a safe space for everyone here and everyone who serves, and that comments be free from any discrimination or retaliation or reference to any individual's protected characteristics. Additionally, we ask that any public comment please be free from obscenities, that folks not use vulgar or overly loud language. If I ask any speaker to stop their public comment because they are in violation of these rules, it will be to give them an opportunity to act in conformance with the rules. If that does not happen, I reserve the right to end public forum at that point in time. With that, we will begin public forum again with Burlington residents who are here in City Hall. The first speaker that we have is Jacob Albeck, who will be followed by Romeo von Herman. Is Jacob here? Great.
Thank you very much for having me. Real briefly, I'm here to speak on the Railyard Enterprise Project, which I know you were all just briefed on. I sit here as a representative of a coalition of every single landowner on the east side of the proposed roadway. So from Battery Street and Maple, from the Waterfront Center all the way to Curtis Lumber. And all of us that own the property on the east side of the project sit in unified opposition to the project as it is now presented. I think it is way too expensive for what we will get and what it will cost the city. I think it will not effectively solve the problem we're trying to solve. Building roads doesn't solve traffic problems. Reducing car traffic solves traffic problems. I'm absolutely sensitive to the history of neglecting the community that is most negatively impacted by the traffic at the Maple King neighborhood, but I do not believe this project will effectively solve that, and it will burden the city of Burlington with tens of millions of dollars in debt to build 0.3 miles of road. That road will also need to have a wall to separate it from the Burlington Railyard operations. That will need to be probably 15 feet tall. So I just don't see the wisdom in the city proceeding at this point with the roadway as it is presently presented. I do not think it will work, and I think it will cost too much, and I think it will, we are much better served building either a connection that does not destroy lots of private property, as this one will. We will lose Curtis Lumber. We will lose the Waterfront Diving Center. We will lose Vermont Wine Merchants. We may lose 7 Days as tenants. Jason Adams, who owns Independent Block, will lose a third of his property. The whole point in the purpose and need statement of the Railyard Enterprise Project, point 1 is to support economic development in the area, and I believe the project as it is presented will do the opposite. I have 12 copies for each of you councilors. I had a meeting with the mayor this afternoon, and I shared this memo with her. It also has a letter from Jason and Adams outlining all of his complaints with the 1,200-page EA assessment.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Appreciate you sending it.
If all of you would be willing to take one of these, I would really.
Sure, if you could please, if CEO Shad could take it, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Want me to turn this off?
You can keep it on. Our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, who will be followed by Alex Melville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be rather brief. I'm here to speak about item 9.1, 9.4, 9.5, the emergency shelters. As I think as everybody understands, the unhoused situation is still ongoing, and we do have a couple of properties that are empty, that are sitting in downtown core. My worry is that the private-public partnership in resolving the unhoused members of our community situation, where that is going, we have a big building right next to where I work, where it sits empty, basically, as well as the church adjacent to that. So I'm hoping that the administration will look into that and see if folks could be housed temporarily. This has actually happened this past winter, so I'm hoping that that can happen. Regarding the public safety hub, I do welcome that. However, I think it's incredibly important to have folks create a community integration programs for folks that are reoffending the same situation over and over again. It's good to have visibility, as I've spoke to a couple of the counselors in the past regarding the importance of having an information center where the members of the public can speak to members of the law enforcement, community service officers, and community liaison officers. However, if we do not have plans to address the core reason as to why folks are offending in the first place, as well as why this is happening in a repetitive form, we will be here for many years to come discussing the same issue over and over again. I'm going to be brief. I have 11 seconds. The police HQ, an idea that I would like to throw around is, again, we have a couple of buildings that are empty where they could stay temporarily in downtown core while their building is getting fixed. It's important that they have a safe place where they work from. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Melville, who will be followed by Jane McDougall. It's the push button on the microphone itself.
Hello, hello. Cool.
Hello.
Hello. I want to say a few words about the Ordinance Committee's proposed changes to the Neighborhood Code. So, in short, recommend these proposals go to the Planning Committee so they can find the best and worst takes on the various proposals that were made in that document. First off, thanks for taking the time to research and propose these amendments. Most of them are really good. Most of them are going to help us make more housing and help make Burlington more livable. But I'll be honest, I read the whole thing with a mixture of fascination and horror, because two of the proposed changes that I'll speak about right now. So first off, let's talk about the limit to the height of secondary structures relative to the primary building. This is kind of getting really into the weeds. I'm assuming you have read that ordinance and their proposals. But basically, contrary to common appeal, expert advice, bold decision-making, I feel this proposal will damage our ability to build second homes. We need our builders, whoever they are, to be flexible and have flexibility in how they actually build those homes, and not have some NIMBY restrictions that in some cases will outright cancel the ability to build these secondary structures. Specifically, what I'm talking about is If it doesn't make financial sense to build a home, to build a secondary structure that is 2 stories or less, then that secondary structure won't get built. And a lot of those homes are not 3 structures, three floors in these RL districts and RM districts. So we should make it less constrained, not more constrained. I also want to talk about the reducing the maximum size from 1,100 feet to 900 feet. It's about a 20% reduction. And again, we're trying to build more housing, not less.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please push it to planning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Jane McDougall, to be followed by, thank you, Jane. After Ms. McDougall, the next speaker will be Cheryl Green.
I got it, thank you. Well, I'll get it later. Hello, my name is Jay McDougall. I'm wondering about how large is the police force going to be building? How much is it going to be? How wide is it going to be if we're going to have X, Y, and Z of police officers? Because if we're going to have more police officers, we're going to have a larger police station. And not only that, but it's still not safe on Cherry Street. We're having problems at Cathedral Square. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Cheryl Green, to be followed by Brett Yates.
Hello. My name is Cheryl Green, and I live in Ward 1. I'm speaking to the resolution regarding a police station renovation that's coming up in the deliberative agenda tonight. And I am generally in support of that resolution, and here's why. My favorite indoor Burlington entities include the Greater Burlington YMCA, City Market, Champlain Housing Trust, Fletcher Free Library, King Street Center. All of these entities are renovated or newly constructed and welcome people and serve their needs. They are sunlit and suitably spacious for the people who work there and the patrons who visit regularly. All the BED staff and those members of the public engaged with them deserve the same. And I believe that this will enhance the capacity for things like increased training and de-escalation, the opportunity for respectful, witnessed interactions with the public. I appreciate a 3-member committee will be appointed to research the prospects, selling the current building on 1 North Street and using that revenue to create a new, more centrally located building sounds like it could avoid the need for additional taxpayer dollars, and that would be an important goal in my estimation. In Reshma Manikan's book, My Grandmother's Hands, Racialized Trauma and the Pathway to Mending Our Hearts and Bodies, he devotes a whole chapter to mending the police heart and body. And I quote from page 232, "Create an organized, coordinated structure that consistently supports the health, sanity, and resilience of the officers." Structure used here surely means a sane schedule, plus a physical and emotional well-being options on a regular basis that include time following the stressful and traumatic parts of this job. And I believe that
Thank
can
you.
also mean a well-designed architectural structure
Thank you.
that has the space to allow for these supports.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Brett Yates, who will be followed by Tom Freyheit.
Hi, my name is Brett Yates, and I live in Ward 6. I was very disappointed to discover that the council may consider rolling back a crucial piece of the neighborhood code by adding new size limitations on secondary structures. To me, this proposed amendment seems to reveal how unserious some of the councilors may in fact be about tackling our city's biggest problems. 2 weeks ago, Burlingtonian Squatch councilors introduced a totally symbolic public safety resolution to raise the city's already unreachable cap on police officers. And for me, that form of political theater would be a little less frustrating if parts of the council were not evidently hostile to addressing the real material deficits that give rise to social disorder and desperation. We see the consequences of Burlington's dearth of housing play out on the streets every day, yet to judge by this amendment, our municipal legislature simply does not register that suffering as vividly as it does a homeowner's anxiety about the shadow of a 3-story building blocking a tiny bit of their backyard vegetable garden sunlight. During a recent ordinance committee meeting, I encountered some especially disturbing language that appeared to suggest that new apartment buildings would pose a threat to single-family neighborhoods because their height would allow the apartment dwellers to spy on kids playing in fenced backyards, as if to imply that anyone who lives in an apartment is likely to be a predator who might want to harm children. I interpreted this upsetting rhetoric as a call for economic segregation, and I hope the other councilors will reject it. Given our obvious housing shortage, our elected officials should not be spending their time trying to figure out how to make less housing development happen in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Freyheit, to be followed by Mary Keogh.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't have a lot to say. I just want to say that I do support the height restrictions in the auxiliary buildings, and I think it's really important to the fabric of Burlington neighborhoods and the well-being of our communities. And I think that there is too much stress put on the neighborhoods to provide housing when there are larger public spaces in planned developments that could well serve that purpose. So I just want to say that I do support the height restrictions, and I think it's very important.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mary Keogh, who will be followed by Jacob Davis.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Mary Kehoe. I live on Prospect Street in Burlington. I don't have much to add to what Mr. Freyheit said, except to say that 2 points. No one probably disagrees with the notion that there is a housing crisis. I think we all agree on that. But I think whatever the city does, it should be done in a very thoughtful way to respect people who already live here. And I also think, based on what I learned at the last city council meeting I attended, that this proposal does nothing to address housing affordability. It's just going to make more housing available for people who already have assets. And the primary problem is housing affordability, which I think should be the focus. So those two things combined cause me to support the reduction in the height of permitted buildings so that there's a more thoughtful approach to increasing housing in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jacob Davis, to be followed by Jack Tiano.
Hello. Thank you. So I am speaking in opposition to the proposed changes to the Comprehensive Development Ordinance. I find that the general nature of restrictions to building housing from an economic perspective, research clearly shows that that only leads to less housing and creates even greater pressure on those that wish to acquire housing by making it less likely that they'll be able to find a rental, find a place to buy a home, a place to build a home. Research also suggests that land values increase when building restrictions are reduced, so this is beneficial to the property owners as well. in addition to being beneficial to those, of course, that do not have housing or wish to move. The nature of the changes to reduce the height, I feel like are not, or the height and in addition to, in some areas, the footprint, they are another method of reducing the viability of the structures that would be built using this program or using this ordinance change. It is apparent to me that one of the issues with housing restrictions is that they are incumbent, and people tend to believe that things that already exist are the way they should be. But in my viewpoint, a restriction on building homes for people is tantamount to a restriction on walking or something else that we would expect people to be able to do. The existence of the housing restrictions already is an affront to affordable housing and availability of housing. The past regulations are causing the problem that we have currently. In order to change, we're going to have to change those regulations. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you looking into this issue.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jack Tiano, who will be followed by Michael Long.
Good evening. My name is Jack Tiano. I live in Ward 5. The only kind of planned remarks that I have is just to say that I'm not in favor of the changes made by the Ordinance Committee. I think it reduces the housing potential of the neighborhood code without replacing that lost potential. I just forwarded you all the extremely long write-up that I did in March when this originally passed the City Council. For some of you, it'll be a refresher. For some of you, you probably haven't read it yet since you started on the City Council after that process. But the point is that this is a quantifiable housing crisis. We can come up with rough numbers of what we need and like what we lack, what we have. I think that that's the lens that the planning staff went into in crafting this proposal. That's the lens that the Planning Commission took when they assessed the concerns that residents raised about the secondary structures. That is not the lens that the Ordinance Committee took when modifying it. I think that what it does is it largely proposes an equity imbalance by serving to benefit the aesthetic preferences of the most privileged residents at the expense of housing security for the least privileged. I don't think that this proposal really thought about how much housing potential it's reducing, and it didn't come forth with a plan to replace the housing potential that it is reducing. And so just as like an anecdote, there's less people here tonight that were here in March to fight for this original passage, and that's because several of my friends have moved out of this city since March. The reason that so many young people were fighting very passionately for this was not because it was some abstract thing, but that their housing security and their future depended on it. And as I kind of am looking for how to make my financial needs be met by the jobs that are in a city that has so few housing, I'm coming against that same wall now. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 3 additional speakers here in City Hall. Next will be Michael Long, followed by Diane Freyheit, to be followed by Karen Long. Burlington residents. There's one other non-Burlington resident, so.
Good evening. I speak tonight in support of the common sense amendment to neighborhood code, providing that secondary structures be limited to 2 stories so as not to loom above and overshadow primary structures. I would also urge an amendment limiting the footprint of a secondary structure to no more than the footprint of the primary or principal structure. It's just not honest to allow for a secondary structure that's taller and larger than the so-called primary structure on the same lot. The height amendment on the agenda tonight is a modest revision to neighborhood code, which would benefit from many additional improvements, such as reducing the number of units permitted on any and every lot and having consistent units per acre standards instead of units per lot standards, whereby permitted density varies wildly with lot size. As you know, state law requires that zoning ordinances and amendments conform with the municipal plan. It's a big stretch to hold that neighborhood code does so. Specifically, our municipal plan celebrates our neighborhoods and promises to sustain them through small and incremental change that is consistent with existing development patterns, building scale, and neighborhood character. As enacted, neighborhood code does not conform to this provision of our municipal plan, nor to the provisions regarding affordability or water quality. I urge you to pass the height amendment and others as well to not just get this done, but to get it right. And I'd add that the provision in neighborhood code that in allowing 8 units, it allows a primary structure that could be a single family unit now to be turned into 4 units. Adding units is not necessarily adding housing. Units and housing are not the same. You have the same space. So that's a misnomer. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Diane Freyheit, who will be followed by Karen Long. Is the green light on the microphone on? If not, you need to hit the push button.
All set.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I feel fortunate to follow Michael because I think he articulated my thoughts. I am very much in support of the amendments as proposed. I'd like to add a little information. I attended all of the Planning Commission meetings regarding the secondary structure, and I commented at most of them. At one of them, there were some staff recommendations. The key question was, should the code require some consideration for or relationship to the height of an existing primary structure? I believe emphatically it should. Option 2 of the staff recommendations was limit to 2 stories unless the secondary structure is set back further from side or rear setbacks. I just want to put that out there as information that I would encourage you to consider. And I also very much welcome and support and appreciation for limiting heights in historic districts. I urge you to take a look at new construction within the boundaries of historic properties. As part of the National Park Service Department of the Interiors, they do talk about sites being very much included in the consideration and very much a part of what needs to be, in fact, mandated as you look at planning new construction. And I think that it is important that the buildings be actually secondary to historic structures. So I encourage reconsideration or a consideration that one size will not fit all in all of these districts. And I understand the need for fairness, but I think we need to be thoughtful.
Thank you very much. Our last Burlington resident here in City Hall is Karen Long.
Thank you. So it's where we were in March, and I appreciate some changes, and I agree with a secondary building should not overtower the first building. I also don't understand why we are not looking at all the lots downtown that are empty, the gas station on Pearl Street, Bove's parking lot, places that have been trouble in our neighborhoods. We are talking about taking away, and I don't feel privileged that I'm in a house, and I do have a yard, and I do have a garden, and that's great. And I also know that maybe someday soon I'll want to be in a house without a yard and a garden to maintain. But we do need apartment-style housing, and I think it should be on the corridors. I think we have to deal with the YMCA lot. We have to deal with these empty lots. And I'm not sure why our planning department and the planning commission is overlooking that. And like Michael said about the municipal plan, we were promised, I went to the meetings in the very beginning, neighborhood code was supposed to be small incremental changes that would not change the fabric of our neighborhood. And I live on Henry Street, and I know my lot is little. It's 50 by like 115, and I could put 8 units on it. And I know if I do that, and other neighbors do it, or a developer comes in and does it, it will ruin the fabric of my neighborhood. Thank you. I do want to say that last week I went home really fearful of being attacked. I think it was a pretty scary meeting. I had to walk home alone. It was fine. Like, we were talking about the police stuff, and people were really telling terrible stories. So I know we do have hot spots. I do know we have a homeless population that has grown, but they've never harmed me.
Thank you very
or
much.
threatened me.
Thank you. That was our last Burlington resident signed up here for public forum. I will note that we've been having some technical difficulties here with Zoom. Are we back online with Zoom at the moment? Okay. So while we try to troubleshoot that, assuming our online friends are still able to see us streaming here, I am, absent objection, going to move to the next in-person public speaker who's representing a Burlington organization, and that's Mariah Flynn. And then hopefully at that point in time, we'll have Zoom back up and running and can turn to our online speakers there. So if you're online, please hold tight for a moment. We're going to continue to troubleshoot that, and meanwhile continue with public forum here in City Hall. And Mariah, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Mariah. I'm the director of Burlington Substance Misuse Prevention Coalition, the Burlington Partnership for a Healthy Community, or BPHC. Later this evening, Charlie Baker from the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission will be sharing details from their annual report for Burlington. So I just wanted to draw your attention to one of the items in the report and offer the support of our coalition. BPHC worked with CCRPC to create an interactive Burlington-specific website with maps and visuals that make it easier to understand risk factors in the local environment in Burlington that have been shown to increase youth substance use. We updated those maps in this last year. They include hopefully all the new retail locations and schools in Burlington. And we're very grateful to CCRPC for working with us on that. For example, there's a density map on the site. You can see how many outlets there are across the city and in what areas they're the most dense. There's a location map that you can look at how many alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis retailers are within 500 or 1,000 feet of your schools in Burlington. You can also look at the equity map that looks at and shows that lower income areas of the city have higher density of adult-only retailers and advertising for the alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. And the reason why that's so important is that research shows that 90% of the adults who develop substance use disorders begin using substances before the age of 18. And the substances that kids almost always start with are alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. And so we made the site because our work is prevention of youth use and reducing adult misuse. And we know that promotion and easy access to substances is a local risk factor for those things, for youth use and adult misuse. So we believe that communities have a responsibility to reduce those risks, and we're very grateful to CCRPC for working with us to help provide that for you all.
Thank you very much. So hopefully Zoom will hold with us here, and it does look like we may be able to promote folks who have signed up for public forum online. Again, as mentioned, we will begin with those who signed up online who are Burlington residents. The first Burlington resident I see signed up online is Phil Foy. I do not see your name online, Phil. If you are online under a different name, if you could please use the raise hand function, or if you're here in person, let me know. I do not see Phil raising his hand, so we'll try to get back to Phil. The next speaker that we have is Evan Gould, and I apologize for this. We're having some serious technical difficulties here. I see you raising your hand, Evan, but I don't have the function to promote Evan. Can I ask our friends at Town Meeting TV if they could please promote Evan? Okay, Evan,
Yep.
You should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. Our clock is not working, so if you could try your best to keep you to 2 minutes. I will interrupt you, though, when you hit the 2-minute mark. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. Hi, City Council. My name is Evan Gould. I'm a 16-year resident of Burlington. I've worked for multiple companies here as a software engineer. I met and married my wife here, and I'm currently raising my son here. I'm here today to speak on the current neighborhood code as it was amended in the Ordinance Committee. I was here on the night that the original neighborhood code passed. It was an exciting and hope-filled night. It was amazing to see every city councilor united in the solution to our housing issues. Shane Phillips has said, "The ideal city is a place that is changing, affordable, and desirable. The issue is too frequently people want their city to be unchanging, but that can't be something that happens in isolation. If you make a city unchanging, it becomes unaffordable or undesirable, and we've definitely become the former. You all sit here at a precipice. One of our presidential candidates has stated that policies limiting housing production are one of the largest barriers to affordable housing, and she has made a campaign promise to target zoning reforms. The Green Mountain Care Board has said that one of the reasons healthcare costs and by proxy taxes are so high is primarily due to the lack of housing production in our county. What were the justifications used to limit the height of a secondary structure? One was that these new buildings might cast shadows on a neighbor's garden. Is this accurate? There is a formula for calculating the length of shadows a building creates. In the summer, when people are doing their gardening, a 35-foot building, the absolute maximum allowed by the ordinance, creates a 12-foot shadow. With side and rear setbacks, the shadows, when at its most prominent, would shade 6 foot of a neighbor's property and would in many circumstances not cross the property line. I live in a 3-story towering condo building, so to me, people who live in apartments are neighbors. I've seen my neighbors' kids play in front of our buildings, and now as I've started my own family, my neighbors have watched my son play. I'll echo Jack as well. Since this passed, not only have I lost friends, but also coworkers. My
Evan,
company has lost...
We're at 2 minutes, if you could just wrap up.
Yep. My company locally has lost 10% of our workforce moving out of the state because they were not able to find housing.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Busher. If Town Meeting TV could please promote former Councilor Busher. And thank you. You promoted me as well. Great. Sharon, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. Before you begin, Sharon, I see you signed up twice. Are you also here for the public hearing on emergency shelters?
I am.
Okay, great. So I'm assuming we'll go to public comment now, and then if you could stand by for when we get to that, we'll make sure we promote you then again as well.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight about neighborhood code. Although it's a media agenda, I could speak to a lot of other items, but and I wanted to state that I was the sole person that attended the public hearing that the Planning Commission had regarding this ordinance for secondary structures, and I submitted written comments at that time. I do support part of what is moving forward by the Ordinance Committee. First, I had recommended that the footprint for the second structure in RL and RM be up to 1,100 square feet because I felt that the lot would dictate whether that size could be accomplished, and it would be better living space for the people that were going to inhabit the structure. The second part is that I felt, because I listened to the Planning Commission about the secondary structures that might be built on slopes, et cetera, dwarfing the primary, it seemed to me that an amendment that said the secondary structure could be no higher than the primary structure. But to deal with the new North End, it would state that if it was a ranch-style home, you could actually have 2 stories. So I felt that that was a starting point. I know the new North End is going to have a more deeper dive, and there could be modifications made in the future. I think the sad part about this whole ordinance is that it's a housing policy ordinance that doesn't address affordability. More housing does not equal affordability. And I think that that's the real crisis we face in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. We have one additional speaker online, and that is Dr. Mary Gannon. Dr. Gannon, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Gannon. I'm an independent trainer and strategist on the body of work and practice that we call Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice. I'm also a member of the team from the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity that was responsible for drafting the 2014 Diversity and Equity Strategic Plan for the City of Burlington. And I'm also a vice president of the Windham County branch of the NAACP. I come to you tonight as someone who has been engaged and continues to be in racial equity work in the state of Vermont for over 20 years. I want to express that it is deeply troubling to me that we continue to see a pattern of systematic marginalization, exclusion, and dehumanization that continues to impact women of color in positions of power and leadership in this state. This fact should not be news to any of you in city government, particularly as the city continues to struggle with its own challenges, retaining Black women in positions of power and leadership. I do not pretend to know all the specific details of the situation that is unfolding with Director Taisha Green, as some of it is non-public. However, I do understand how systemic racism and the culture of whiteness in Vermont continues to shape, impact, and ultimately exclude brilliant, highly skilled, and creative women of color. Director Green has been deeply impacted by this. Many community members spoke to you on this exact matter back in August of 2023 and are still waiting to hear from you. Those in power and authority must be held accountable. So I have a couple questions that I want to offer for all of you tonight to reflect on as you move forward in your discussions and negotiations with Director Green. Has the City Council, the Mayor staff, the city leadership and staff been trained in using an equity lens so that in your work you are centering those most impacted by the policies and practices that the city develops and implements? Have the dealings between the city's bureaucracy and Director Green felt fair and worthy of the city's protection at the expense of Director Green's rights to justice, well-being, and humanity? And are you comfortable
Thank you,
in—
Dr. Gannon. If you could just wrap up, we're at 2 minutes. If you could just finish your sentence there.
Last question. Are you comfortable in willing to name when there's a lack of alignment between the city's values of equity and justice to what is actually implemented and operationalized on the ground for the people of this community?
Thank you very much. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our public forum. So we will close public forum at 7:49 p.m. Thank you for all who participated. We will now move back to item 3 on our agenda, which is a work session regarding the Railyard Enterprise Project. And on that point, I will ask for our friends from the Department of Public Works to come forward. Director Chapin Spencer, I believe City Engineer Laura Wheelock might be here, and Senior Engineer Corey Mims.
Good evening, everyone. Director Chapin Spencer, we have with me City Engineer Laura Wheelock and Senior Public Works Engineer Corey Mims, and some of our consultants are online. We're here tonight to give an update on the Railyard Enterprise Project. It's a public multimodal connection between Pine Street and Battery Street, railyardenterprise.com. We have made progress in a significant number of areas, and you will hear from Corey on this. Everything from studying dozens of alternatives to getting a preferred alternative, and earlier this year, receiving a federal permit on the project. That said, challenges do remain, and while it is a small project of 1/3 of a mile in length, there are many complexities, including stormwater, adjacent uses and impacts, historic resources, etc. The two major challenges are related to property acquisition and to funding. As the memo spoke to both of these, we will need property rights from a number of properties to create public rights of way where none exist today. And the railroad is a major element of that. Corey, do you need any?
Can I be made a panelist? Yes.
Great. And then lastly, funding. We are estimating this project with mitigation and inflationary costs. As you'll see in the memo, we estimate the cost of $53 million. We have federal and state and local match for $20 million, leaving a sizable gap. And we explain in the memo some of the avenues that we are taking to seek to close that gap. And with that, Corey. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Almost there, 1 second. Slow technology. I cannot screen share.
All right, hold on 1 minute.
Yep.
Give it another try.
Thank you. Presentation.
Great.
So we came a little while back for the award of the final construction contract for the Champlain Parkway project, and at that time we discussed an opportunity to come forward to council to give a presentation on the update on the Railyard Enterprise project. So this is kind of a wholesale looking at the project, going back from the beginning to where we are now, to give both new councilors and the general public a little update just as what this project is and how we got to where we are. So that in this presentation, we'll talk about the funding that we've had, pre-state and federal participation, as well as now that we have this current 20 million max grant, what we've accomplished since we've incorporated federal funding into the project, how this project compares to other projects of similar size in the state of Vermont, what's left to accomplish at this phase of the project, as well as going into kind of the project complexities that we have, as well as some of the upcoming challenges that we foresee this project encountering. So again, a little bit of the background of the project. You know, this started off at kind of a city initiative as being a study for feasibility. There was a Pell study done in coordination with CCRPC that was looking at the feasibility and the ability of having a roadway go through this corridor of Burlington. It kind of developed further into what is the supplemental, and then ultimately resulted in us doing the NEPA and having an EA that we submitted in last year and got approval of beginning of this year. That's from the EA document. The put forward preferred alternative was this, the 1B1 alternative that you're seeing here on the screen. Just kind of walking through this, it would be a Y intersection with Pine Street that then curves through the 339 parcel, through the Curtis Lumber parcel, would have an intersection with South Champlain, which currently South Champlain does. City right-of-way ends at this middle point here, where you see the difference in the detailed. So that would be part of the acquisition, would be getting that new section, that section to be new public right-of-way, as well as extending the project, the roadway up around what is the Rambler building to tie into the existing public right-of-way here at south end of Battery Street. So again, a little more detailed look at the history of the project. You know, again, we did the Pell study, started, project was initiated in 2012, worked through the Pell study, the steering committee with public meetings, preliminary alternatives were all identified, that we really, worked to revise the proposed needs statement, identified additional alternatives, evaluate those alternatives, and then met with City Council to select the preferred alternatives that would be moving forward, and then finalized that initial Pell, and the scoping study was complete in 2016. Following that, there was a review of, what the city could do without federal funds, and it was look at a little more detail at those selected alternatives in the supplemental scoping study. At this point, those dialed down alternatives, we're working to, again, go to the steering committee and the stakeholder engagement with further public meetings, and was looked to do further evaluation of, the alternative, with 1B being looked at as well. At this point, feasibility of advancing the project without federal or state funds was reviewed, and ultimately determined that in order to advance the project, that federal funds would be necessary. And this supplemental study was provided in 2020. It was in 2021, in which with discussion with the City Council, it was determined that federal funds should be pursued to advance this project. So in 2021, that was the directive given, and those funds with state and federal partners were secured in our cooperative agreement. which allowed for us to begin the EA process formally in 2022 when we brought on Stantec as our consultant for this project. Following, bringing on Stantec, we worked through the NEPA process from 2022 up until getting the approval of the preferred alternative selected in the EA in February of 2024. Kind of in that time frame, we did those 3 years of, really working to gather additional information on top of what was obtained during the Pell study in order to meet the requirements that the NEPA puts forward for a city or for a project to advance. Now we are sitting in 2024, we're working on finalizing the preliminary designs. With these 60% preliminary designs, we can then, in start of 25, look to enter into right-of-way negotiations with the property owners, VRS, and those adjacent on the north or the east side of that roadway alignment, Curtis Lumber and the other buildings there, independent block building. So for a little comparison of this project, just to get an idea that the complexities and the size, other projects that were of what we'd say comparable size to this, what we're looking at with the REP would be, the Waterbury Main Street project, the Essex Crescent Connector project, as well as we're showing here with the Burlington REP. These projects have some similarities as you go through and look. Essex's new roadway, but when you see that there are some things that they don't have that this project does have, we're looking at tenant relocations as a possibility with REP, which was not considered for either of those two projects. Demolition of buildings is a necessity for the selected alternative to be constructed, as well as looking at the, we have the Superfund site, which is something that is not experienced in some of those other projects. This being said, those other projects, from really the NEPA, beginning of NEPA to the start of construction took them approximately 10 years to get to that point. Right now, we are targeting 8 years, and that is the optimistic target. That's if everything goes well and we're able to move through negotiations undisturbed. Reality is that right-of-way phase of this project is the unknown. We don't know how long it's going to take. It is estimated 2 years. But if there's things that we cannot come to agreement with either the rail or others, that can extend the discussions and negotiations that take place. Again, talking about the complexities of the project, there's old existing infrastructure, shallow buried storm lines, as well as other older utilities. We have in the building demo portion of it having to look at both the demo of a portion of building as well as the the restoration that is done. That both involves, utilities within the building, the exterior facade, the property foundations. There's a lot that has to go into with these partial demos that takes time and costs money. There's also a number of historic sites there that we have to work around. We've done a lot of the preliminary investigation work for that we do not anticipate that being as large of an issue, but they are things that the project had to be designed and worked around in the preliminary plans process. As part of the NEPA, we're just kind of mentioning that this project did, when entering the NEPA, do pretty substantial outreach to talk with both adjacent property owners as well as community at multiple meetings, multiple touch points. That is something that we continue to do, and we continue to advocate that if members of the public have questions or comments about the project, that they can go to the REP, the railyardenterprise.com website, or reach out to city staff. So from where we are, again, I discussed the right-of-way acquisition phase. The 2-year is anticipated to be, if everything goes well, potential, that would be the desired schedule. That being said, I will reiterate that it cannot be deemed, I can't promise that. That's what we're going to work to, but the reality is, again, like I said, it's going to take the time that it's going to take to come to an agreement with all parties. Final design, once we do have those agreements and the right-of-way acquired, would then be, shorter, about 1.5 years between final design and getting that out to bid once we have those property acquisitions complete. And then following that, we would begin construction. This is an updated South End project schedule. Again, we've shared this previously, just kind of showing the various projects that are going on in the city of Burlington. Champlain Parkway initial contract is ongoing, anticipated to complete here in the next month. The final construction contract that had gone out to bid is looking to start construction later this fall. Then we have the Railyard Enterprise project here shown. Again, this timeline is, as we can estimate with good luck, if everything were to move forward, that we might be able to be hitting construction in 2027, tail end of 2027. We are still actively looking for funding for the additional portion of the REP project, as is currently estimated. Chapin mentioned, costs are looking in the $50 million range plus, and as such, we have $20 million from current grant opportunities with state and federal funds. That is our current maximum. So that difference is needing to be found and obtained before we'll be able to complete the right-of-way acquisition phase, as to complete right-of-way acquisition requires payments to all parties to finalize those documents and then be able to move into final design. Again, other projects on here, we have Main Street that's currently actively under construction with, as you can see, Cherry Street, Great Streets, City Place is under design, as well as the Bank Streets, Great Street with City Place. And then the BTC public improvements are currently underway. Bank Street, Cherry, Pine, St. Paul. Oops, sorry, this is touchy. So again, what are the big challenges? This update is kind of see how we got to where we are for those who aren't as familiar. If you look at the memo, there's a lot more detail of the individual actions that had taken place to get us to where we are today, as well as some of the financial comments as far as originally in the EA estimating about $36 million for the project was done based upon the information that we had at the time. Further information that we've obtained throughout the preliminary, as well as just looking at other projects, we're starting to see that those costs are looking to be increased in the right-of-way and the mitigation. That being said, that's where we're coming to the higher number now in the $50 million range that we are, proceeding with searching for funding. Those right-of-way acquisitions is the big challenge that's coming up. We are dealing with a rail yard that we have to work with, that we cannot do property takings from, that the negotiations must be had. We are planning as a project team to start with the rail before entering into right-of-way negotiations with other parcels, because once we start those negotiations, that starts the clock on that acquisition. And if we don't come to a resolution with the rail and we start communications in detail with those property owners, then we can end up having to procure that property without a project, if the project were to stall out because of inability to get to a resolution with the rail for the right-of-way acquisition. That right-of-way, it's a little tricky also with this project in that the rail yard is located on state property, so it is a combination of working with state and the rail on those acquisitions. The negotiations happen, we give an offer, there can be counter offers, it's back and forth a little bit, and then, if on those adjacent properties, the city does have the right of takings for some of the public property-owned parcels. That's not ideal, but that is just if the project were to be progressed and desired and, agreements cannot be made, then the city could look at the opportunity, at the potential of property takings if necessary. Again, the biggest hurdle, aside from obviously negotiations and right-of-way is huge, is the funding, and how are we going to make up that gap. So we have in the memo identified that we have applied for funding, a couple different grant opportunities that we did not get awarded. From that, we are going to continue to modify our grant applications to make it a better candidate for other federal, state funding opportunities that may come up. With that, that's the update that we generally want to provide, and opportunity for the counselors to ask additional questions or clarifications on the project, where we are, and what's coming up next.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for all of your work on this project over the years. We have another 15 minutes or so left on this item, and I'm going to ask if counselors would please keep to that time limitation, because we do have another work session to follow this matter. With that, are there any counselors with questions or comments for the DPW team? Counselor Shannon?
Thank you, President Travers, and thank you very much for the presentation. This is actually much easier to follow with the visuals, so thank you. I have a very baseline concern about where we're going here, and I think it would be, I have worked on this, as Chapin knows, since its inception 10 years ago or so. And I liked the idea. I like what the opportunity may provide to build this new road and unlock some development potential in that area. However, times have changed since we originally kind of came up with this idea, which actually long preceded those discussions and the naming of the Railyard Enterprise Zone. I think that at this point in time, it's very important for us to take a step back here and assess if it's practical for us to move forward. It is feeling increasingly to me like the Southern Connector Champlain Parkway project that will continue for decades into the future to resolve issue after issue after issue. I'm concerned with all of those years. You remember, it was always 2 years away. And we continued to spend money and spend money and spend money because it was only 2 years away. And I think that we have to look at the money that we are spending right now in pursuit of this project and what else we might be doing with those funds. And ultimately, there is some number that I believe is going to have to go to the voters, most likely for a 2/3 vote. And it's very hard for me to believe that the citizens of this city are going to vote for a road project and give it a 2/3 support going forward. And so I just ask that our next step, rather than looking at the railroad, our next step is really doing, trying to get real about what our likelihood is for success here long-term and whether or not this is really what we want to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. Counselor Litwin.
Thanks. I'll be really brief. I share some of Counselor Shannon's concerns as well, and I think that will be an incredible challenge for you to surmount on top of the amazing challenge it's already been to get to where you are now. So I just want to acknowledge the presentation shows the extent of the work that has gone into it. I get to see you in Tuke, so I'll keep my comments briefer than usual. But I just want to reiterate that while I share Counselor Shannon's concerns about the cost, it was not a secret that I was a little reluctant to vote on the Champlain Parkway project, primarily because I believe that this project is highly important to making the Champlain Parkway project as effective as it really could be and should be. And by your own estimates, the increase of traffic to the King Maple neighborhood without this project is at 10%, I believe, from your first presentation. And we all know sort of the history around that and how difficult that neighborhood already is. And so as I'm sitting here reflecting on our commitment to equity and inclusion, I hope that we will continue to have a dialogue about how important it is to alleviate traffic in that community and not sort of get us halfway and stall out. I think passing a bond of $30 million or whatever with a 2/3 vote is probably not going to happen, but I do hope that we will work with the Vermont Rail Systems. They have done an amazing amount of charity work with wonderful organizations, and I hope that they can be part of an intentional conversation around what it would mean to support this particular neighborhood that is their neighbor, and has quite a bit of economic, racial, and ethnic diversity that needs to be considered. I don't know if that's part of your conversations with them, but I would encourage it to be.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Are there any other councillors with questions or comments for the team? Councillor Grant.
I just want to say I largely agree with what Councillor Litwin said. You know, we've really made a commitment to, well, actually, have we made that commitment to the King Maple neighborhood, right? We've talked a lot about the concerns. We've recognized, and there have been discussions in all during the progress of this project and of the Champlain Parkway, discussions about, you know, transportation apartheid, how the extra traffic will affect this particular neighborhood, how if this particular neighborhood was populated with a different economic class of people, maybe a different racial class, the conversations would be different. So just going back to keeping up and not losing sight of the conversations about making sure that neighborhood is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Any other councillors with questions or comments? Any further comments from either you, Director Spencer, or Senior Engineer Mims?
No, appreciate the time. Again, just anyone has questions, we advocate that they reach out. Again, my contact information is in the presentation on the last slide, as well as through the project website. So.
Great. Again, appreciate all of your work on this. Appreciate your keeping the council updated, and we will look forward to having you back again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is another work session. This is with regards to the South End Innovation District, and in particular, the South End Coordinated Development Partners. To that end, we have a number of presenters here this evening, and I know we have Director Pine from CEDO, perhaps to introduce some of these folks, Brian, and then we can hear from them. If there are any individuals that need access to our Zoom for slides, let us know. I think, again, we're running into a couple technical difficulties here, but we'll figure it out as we move forward. So, Director Pine, thank you for being here. I see we have Charles Dillard here as well from Planning. And Brian, why don't you go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Brian Pine, the Director of the City's Community and Economic Development Office. Thank you for the time to focus on the South End Coordinated Redevelopment. And I will quickly introduce folks. We've got an empty chair here that somebody should fill because we have a big group here tonight. So with us tonight is Russ Scully, one of the partners that is owner of the property that is referred to as Hula, but also the Ride Your Bike. And Russ will talk a little bit about his plans, his visions, his dreams for the property. Of course, you know Charles, you know Chapin, and Nick Anderson is a project planner for Champlain College. Probably has a better title than that, but that's what he's going to get right now. And let's see who else. Laura's here. Laura Wheelock is here for DPW along with Chapin. So just a couple opening remarks before we give Russ a chance to sort of share his vision for the property, their portion of the property. So as you probably know, but I'll just remind folks, in January of 23, the city entered into a memorandum of understanding with the owners, both the Ride Your Bike owners and the Champlain College owners, that are neighboring owners to a property the city owns at 68 Sears Lane. There's actually two parcels there, but for right now, we'll just call it 68 Sears Lane. Which was once acquired in the mid part of 2000, first decade of the 2000s, to create a South End multimodal facility. And so that was federally funded, and it was a project which didn't ever come to fruition. As a result of that memorandum of understanding, the city rezoned the property that is now, we refer to it as SEID, the South End Innovation District. It's an overlay district, and Charles, because he speaks better planning language, will tell you more about that in a couple minutes. The purpose of the MOU, though, was really to facilitate a conceptual design and development framework for the coordinated redevelopment of the parcels by applying the proposed regulations of the new zoning, resulting in a really vibrant, sustainable, and accessible mixed-use neighborhood in the heart of the South End, at least that portion of the South End. Folks may remember about a decade ago, it was super controversial to rezone the South End for housing, and it was a real concern that it was going to price out some of what makes the South End kind of cool and funky, and the artist spaces, and the incubator spaces. And so this is a much more strategic zone than what was originally envisioned. So when folks hear about a rezoning of the South End, it's a very sort of discrete part of the South End, which we'll see in a minute when we get into the slides. I will, at this point, I think, though, just ask, Charles, should we get into the slides? Give Russ a chance. There we go, Russ. Take that one and just push right there. Right.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. Great to be here. I'm Russ Scully. I'm a longtime Burlington resident. As Brian pointed out, I'm the founder of Hula on Lakeside Avenue. For those who don't know, Hula was really created from the beginning with a focus on economic development for our area. We designed and built the space ultimately to help employers to retain and attract the type of workforce that we needed in order to grow jobs in the area. Hula opened in 2020, and we're happy to say that we've been largely successful in seeing some significant job growth through the companies that reside within the space. One of the things we've learned, in the history of creating Hula, we acquired the parking lot at 125 Lakeside in anticipation for the amount of parking that we thought we were going to need to satisfy with the amount of traffic and people at the Hula space. Post-COVID, we've learned that, with work from home culture changes with various employers and professions, we've understood that there's probably a better and higher need for the property in the lot at 125. In addition to that, we certainly heard from a number of employers about the challenges that we all know about in terms of the housing crisis in Burlington and beyond, and the challenges of trying to bring and hire new people to the area when locating a place to live in a residence is difficult to do. So understanding those challenges, we thought it'd be important to really think and plan about a better and higher use for the parking lot at 125. And as Brian pointed out, that's when we came forward to the city suggesting the idea of turning that lot into, or opening the zoning considerations for that lot to include housing. Here we are today. We've come a long way since then. We're really excited about all the work that's gone into rethinking this new district and what this will look like and what this will mean for Burlington. And I'm really excited about the partnership that we've formed with our abutting neighbors, the city of Burlington, at 68 Sears Lane, and Champlain College. And between the three of us, we've done a lot of work towards putting together a planned development agreement that we're excited to continue to work on and present to the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
I think Charles Dillard, the acting interim director for planning, is going to now walk us through some key points of this, which include discussion of a pre-development agreement, I guess we're going to talk about a little bit too. So.
That's right. We're going to tag team this. Thanks to the folks at CCTV. If you could go to slide 4. So we have briefed, I think, most of the counselors within the last few weeks on this project, so I'll keep this brief. The South End Innovation District that Brian mentioned is the zoning overlay that was adopted unanimously in August of 2023. That does, among other things, allow for housing in a dense, relatively intense form. That district is shown here in this dashed orange line. The project we're here talking about tonight consists of the 3 parcels that are in the sort of blue rectangles. So that consists of Champlain College's property, which is about 3.7 acres, the city's 3.3 acres at 68 Sears Lane, and then the remainder, 125 Lakeside, which is owned by Ride Your Bike LLC. Early on, even I think before, during the zoning amendment process, I think it was clear to the 3 property owners here that some sort of coordinated redevelopment would be the most efficient and feasible manner in which to grow this first part of the South End Innovation District for many reasons that we'll address here tonight. If you go to the next slide. So immediately following the passage of the zoning amendment, the parties entered into a memorandum of understanding to tackle the sort of 4 foundational elements that you see here on the left, which is to start with the mobility framework, which is really the network of streets and paths. We know that beginning with an active, sustainable transportation network was where we wanted to be. Nobody wanted to start this project by thinking about the buildings. We still haven't thought too much about the buildings. The second core foundational element is to develop a program for the site. Namely, how many homes can we create in these 13 acres? And what is the non-residential component going to be? How much square footage are we talking about? What are those uses? Those 2 questions then lead us to numbers 3 and 4 here, which are really the sort of the meat of the work that's been going on over the last year, which is understanding the impacts, the existing capacity constraints, and what investments are going to be needed to make this project a reality. The MOU also outlines some additional topics that the parties have continued to study over the last year. The city did acquire a grant from the state to continue planning. We have consultants that are working with us right now. We can talk a little bit more about some of the work that they're currently doing later on. Just want to, while we have folks here, note that there will be another public meeting on October 24th to share an update on this most recent phase of the work. So if you go to the next slide. The public engagement for this effort has now gone on for 10 years. It predates my time at the city. I think a few of the folks here at the table have been here during that entire time, but it really started with Plan BTV South End. This project did not start with an idea a few years ago. There's a lot in Plan BTV South End that is really great community generated sort of rationale, concepts, proposals for the South End. That's very much built into the South End Innovation District zoning as well as this project. The zoning amendment for the South End Innovation District was more akin, the public engagement component was more akin to an area plan or even a comprehensive plan in terms of the engagement. We had multiple public meetings, online engagement opportunities, multiple MPA touch points. We did have an open house in April of 2023 down at Pine Street. Another open house late last year to sort of share progress, updates. Obviously, the city council hearing in March of this year. We most recently had a public meeting on July 11th, and the next one will be in October. We've got multiple websites and email lists. So we're doing our best to keep the public up to date on the work. If you go to the next slide. So the urban design framework, so this is really the framework of streets and paths. So what you see here is a grid of streets. This is a sort of working concept. I think the parties all sort of agree on this going forward. It is at least the working framework. The intent of the zoning district is to make the South End Innovation District as car light as possible. To that end, you'll see here running north-south through the city's property and Roger Bike's property, a street that's being called as sort of a placeholder name, Innovation Lane, and that really consists of one very narrow northbound lane, one direction, and an extensive multi-use path that is trying to encourage people to walk and bike through the district. It also encourages people to park at the edges. This is a best practice. We want to get people out of their cars early and get them on foot, on bike, any other sort of wheeled vehicle they need. We're not forgetting that we still need to make this an accessible district, so there will be some, ability for folks who have accessibility needs or other needs to access the site in a car. Otherwise, we're expecting that people will stay on the edges and otherwise be pedestrians and cyclists. If you go to the next slide. So the key elements of the framework are really the sort of bike ped network. So you see here how we can create connections beyond the site. What I really want to point out here is that there's a real opportunity to connect to Pine Street. I don't think any of the parties here see this project as existing in a vacuum. We very much see it as supportive of what already exists in the South End, whether those are businesses, schools, nonprofits. For example, we want to make the connection to and from Champlain Elementary safer for everybody, kids especially. We want to make it more convenient for people to access resources like the farmers market or any of the other businesses, workplaces in the South End. The two orange rectangles here, we've talked a lot about mobility hubs, and these are not just parking structures. These are facilities where there will be ample car share, indoor bike parking, transit amenities, other amenities for folks who are commuting or moving around in what other form, bike share, lockers, showers, that sort of thing, cafes, meeting spaces. Really an area that allows for people to gather and then move about the district and the city in a more sustainable way. If you could go to the next slide. These next slides just sort of illustrate the connections that we think this project can make. So this is a diagram of open spaces in the South End, and you can really see how this project could act as a sort of linchpin to connect places like, Callahan Park to Oak Ledge, for example, and up and down Pine Street. The next slide talks about connecting the rest of the South End, just as I was sort of just speaking to. So again, I think it's important that we see this project as part of advancing, growing the South End economy that is burgeoning, while also not forgetting and even standing up and strengthening the arts and making community in the South End. We have been engaged with organizations like SEBA, like Generator throughout this process, and so we'd like to continue that discussion. Don't want to forget that the city does own 68 Sears Lane, and there's a lot of opportunity for community input in terms of what the program and ultimately housing output is on that property, and that's something we're looking forward to discussing with the community in October. So with that, I think we're going to turn it now to folks at DPW who can talk us through some of the stormwater, wastewater, and transportation constraints and opportunities here.
Yeah, why don't I come over to slide over here? It's a little, yeah, this one's short leash. All right. Thank you, Charles. So, as with any large development project, the infrastructure has to be ready to receive it, and that infrastructure is water, wastewater, stormwater, traffic, parking, etc. As you see on the left-hand slide, the purple area there is the higher up in the sewer shed. The project area is in the bright red, and our Pine Street combined sewer overflow, which is nearby the bright red. This is the sewer shed that's above that combined sewer overflow point. We are working, my team, collaboratively with project partners here, looking at approaches to how not only can we address the wastewater needs of this project, but also address other redevelopment projects and future needs and demands, especially given the rezoning in the neighborhood code in the South End specifically. One of the challenges here is that the wastewater treatment plant has volumetric capacity, but the sewer mains along Pine Street, there are two, are full during wet weather events. That leads to the combined sewer overflows during major wet weather events. So while there is capacity on the collection system during dry weather, wet weather, there can be times where there is no capacity. And the slide on the right is showing further north on Pine Street that some of the stormwater and wastewater coming off of the hill and hitting Pine Street limits the amount of flow that can then enter the collection system further south below this project area. Next. So this is a slide of combined sewer overflows by year over time, and as we've discussed with you, we are making progress. There used to be 12 or more combined sewer overflow points in the city. We are down to 5. Those 5 are decreasing in the times they go off, as you're seeing generally over time. That said, our most active combined sewer overflow point is the Pine Street Barge Canal outfall. So this is where this project and our collective efforts can seek win-win solutions. Next. So we are looking and talking to the project partners about a phased approach for addressing wastewater, as wastewater is our utility that is most challenged in order to accommodate this project. We are continuing our modeling of the Pine Street collection system and associated mains connecting to Pine Street to get a very refined model to understand where we are hitting capacity constraints and what design changes can be implemented to address those capacity constraints. We will talk a little on the next slide about the best long-term solution may be a force main along the Pine Street corridor. And you'll see that alignment, the draft conceptual alignment here in lime green from the project area down at the bottom of the screen up to the main wastewater treatment plant. So there is an initial approach before the force main is constructed to look at a sewer storage tank for the C-Cord project that could detain during rain events a period of time to detain the sanitary flows during storm events. Then that storage tank could be part of then of a wet well for the force main that you're seeing outlined here. And the benefit of this concept is that it wouldn't just help the project development that we're talking about tonight, but could be sized and connected in a way that could help serve broader areas of the south end and take flows off of the 2 existing pipes that are constrained during wet weather events on Pine Street. So not only could it facilitate the development here for the C-Cord partners, but also solve flows for future development in the south end. Next. So lastly, we'll say that stormwater obviously is another important part of the mix here. There will be requirements for green infrastructure on the parcels themselves. There are several outfalls in the area, and where we connect and how we connect still needs to be worked through. There will be stormwater elements that will need to be intrinsic to the streetscape of the new streets in this development. And we are going to continue our efforts to work with this team to make sure that they meet their zoning requirements and at the same time hopefully set examples for future projects and how we can do this right. I think that's the last of my slides.
So I'll just touch on a couple key points that I think we covered when we met with counselors, but I think it's good for us to reiterate, especially for anybody who wasn't able to be there. and for members of the public that the goal of this overall project is to build a neighborhood where mixed income, households with mixed incomes can call home, and where they can have some of their basic needs met at a ground floor retail where we can. It won't be, robust amounts, but there's a significant chunk of ground floor retail envisioned in the end, when we look at all the phases where it ends up. It's important, I think, just to note that it may not be obvious that infrastructure, when you build it brand new for development to occur, is something that renders a project financially not feasible if you have to pass that cost on through rents or through sale prices when you're developing housing. And so one of the key concepts, much like what we had to do as a city to ensure the reconnection of our downtown street grid to create, to reconnect St. Paul and Cherry Street, or I'm sorry, St. Paul and Pine Street, was the notion that something like a tax increment financing instrument is going to be critical. We don't yet know all the details of that, but I wanted to at least, put the notion on the table that there needs to be, I think lots of creativity applied to the challenge of building the infrastructure, which, if it were to be solely the responsibility of the developers, there probably will be no development that will occur because it doesn't make financial feasibility. It just doesn't make a lot of sense for that to occur in that manner. So what I'd like to ask David White to join us here, and David is working on behalf of the overall effort, and David's done some initial modeling for what the project may be able to handle in terms of a municipal TIF if we started to look at that as one way to finance it.
Yeah. While David's getting ready, I just want to repeat to you all and say probably for the first time for many of the folks here and online that the image on the right is not a proposal for the project. This is a conceptual sort of idea to get an understanding of how many homes could be created on the site given the zoning constraints. So ultimately what is built here, it may look something like this, but it is not going to be this.
Good evening. For the record, I am David White. I'm president of White & Burke Real Estate Advisors. I have been consultant to the city of Burlington for quite a number of years now, relative to both the downtown TIF district and the waterfront TIF district. And in fact, our history with the downtown TIF district goes back to its very beginning. We were the firm that worked with the city to establish that district in the first place. Relative to this project, my involvement is brand new. I'm just at the beginning, so actually I haven't done financial modeling. I want to correct that, Brian. What I've done is some initial research on the concepts of how we might approach this. And so tonight I'm really only in a position to talk about broad concepts and introduce you to the kinds of analysis we'll need to do and what the options may be going forward. I have no specific numbers for you tonight. I want to underscore something though that Brian said. In today's construction environment, it's unbelievably difficult to make housing work. The construction costs are so high. I was talking with a very prominent developer within the last few months working here in Chittenden County and asking him how's about a specific project that's under construction, how's it going? And he said, David, maybe my children, but more likely my grandchildren might be able to make some profit off of this. And he was basically implying to me that, without saying it in so many words, that the numbers aren't adding up for him, and he's in more deeply, and it's costing him more than he expected it to. It's incredibly difficult to pull this off. So I think there's a very real challenge here to look at how do you go about enabling the housing we so desperately need while paying for the public infrastructure. And tax increment financing is one of those approaches. I don't know whether it'll be able to be played in this context or not as yet, but let me talk about it a little bit. First, for those who are among the public and for those who are not that familiar with it, a little bit of background on TIF. So tax increment financing, or TIF for short, is an economic development tool. It's basically designed to pay for public infrastructure that enable private development projects that wouldn't or couldn't otherwise occur but for the public investment in the public infrastructure. So it's there to help enable private development that the public wants to have happen, but that is not able to happen because of public infrastructure constraints. And we have that kind of circumstance here. The public infrastructure doesn't exist. We don't have the public streets. We don't have the water and sewer systems and so forth. With TIF, when you're using TIF, a portion of the new taxes that are generated by the private development, but only the new taxes, get segregated into a separate account, the TIF account, the TIF fund, if you will, and that fund is used for paying the debt service that was incurred to build the public infrastructure and other related costs, design and engineering and things of that sort. But I want to emphasize that existing taxes on the property continue to go where they've always gone. It's only a portion of the new taxes that are generated from projects that presumably would not otherwise have occurred. So basically, it's self-funding. These new projects are themselves paying for the infrastructure that makes the projects feasible. At the end of the life of the TIF district, when you've paid off the debt, all those taxes then go where they would otherwise go. It's also, in that sense, it doesn't really cost existing taxpayers anything because it's the new development that's paying for it. But it also doesn't cost the developer either because the developer's paying the same taxes he'd be paying anyway. The property tax rate doesn't change, it's the same property tax rates. But as we look at this specific circumstance, the major challenge here is that under the current state statute, Burlington's not eligible for a full TIF district of the type that you've currently got, the downtown TIF district and the waterfront TIF district. Those full, what I'm terming for shorthand, full TIF districts, you take, the city has the authority to retain a portion of the education taxes as well as the municipal incremental taxes. And under state statute, as it currently exists, a municipality that already has one or more TIF districts isn't eligible for an additional one until you've repaid 100% of the debt on the existing TIF districts. And in the case of Burlington, that debt isn't going to schedule to be paid off until for another 10 to 12 years, depending on which TIF district you look at. So the city's not currently eligible to apply for, again, for shorthand, what I'm calling a full TIF district. That doesn't mean you can't do something here. The state statute also has a provision to allow a municipality to do a municipal-only TIF district, where you do not retain any of the education taxes, you only retain municipal taxes, the new incremental municipal taxes, to go into the TIF fund for that district. And one of the advantages there is it's much simpler to set up. You don't have to go to the state, they don't have to authorize it because you're not touching the education fund. It can be solely set up and established by this body, by the city council. The legislative body of the municipality can establish that TIF district. Now, anytime you incur debt, you still need to go to voters as you do with any kind of debt incurrence, but establishment of the district can be done solely here. And so it's a quicker and simpler process than a regular full TIF district. But it's got the downside of much less debt capacity because you're retaining less in the way of incremental taxes. In the case of Burlington, it's only about 34% or so of the full taxes that are paid by a property that are municipal taxes. The rest is education tax and goes to the state. So if you're only retaining 34%, broad strokes, you can only borrow 34% as much money to go toward infrastructure to help a project like this occur. So it's a major downside to doing municipal-only TIF. I have not, as I said earlier, crunched the numbers yet. I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you my gut reaction based on decades of experience is that 34% of the taxes isn't going to be enough to generate the level of debt required to fully fund the infrastructure here. Doesn't mean that it couldn't be substantial and a substantial portion, but it leaves the question of where does the rest of the money come from. So what in order to do a full TIF district, it would require a legislative change, either to remove the prohibition against a full TIF district due to where in municipalities that already have one, or another possibility is, you may have heard that for quite a number of years now, there have been discussions around the state for what are often termed project-based TIFs, that rather than being an entire district, are tied to a specific project and only that project. And those are not currently enabled in state statute, but there's been extensive discussion. There's a lot of support for it around the state, particularly from some of the smaller communities that don't have either the administrative capacity, or the development potential to justify a full TIF district, but where they may have a project they'd like to see done that's constrained because of infrastructure. And so I expect, I've been hearing a lot of discussion over recent months, that it's likely that this legislative session coming up will take up project-based TIFs, and it's conceivable that that legislation would be written in a way that would allow this project to be done as a project-based TIF, in which case you could retain both the municipal and the education taxes. Now, that requires waiting to see whether that happens and whether there's enough support statewide for it to go forward and so forth, but it's a possibility. So that's where we stand today, that I think a municipal TIF is probably highly feasible, but it's very much dependent on your judgment as to whether or not you would support it, and then later the voters, whether they would approve the debt. But there is the possibility then for a legislative change, whether it's to drop the prohibition that exists or whether it's to do a project-based TIF, for which I believe there is momentum. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we've covered what we wanted to cover in our side of the presentation. We didn't leave you that much time for dialogue, but now's that time.
Thank you very much, Director Pine. Thank you very much, everyone else, for being here. I also want to note that there's some other folks that have been involved with this project from Ride Your Bike. I know we have John Callo and Todd Sarandos here, and I want to acknowledge Nick Anderson from Champlain College as well, who's been a part of the C-Cord team, and Zach as well from CEDO. Thank you very much for being a part of this. And I really appreciate your efforts to reach out to counselors and to have individual meetings with us before this meeting, where folks were able to engage you all with some questions. But I do appreciate this is also an opportunity for folks to ask questions or make comments. And so I will turn to the council to see if anyone wants to get in the queue. I'll go Councilor Newbeezer, and then Councilor Grant, and then Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, Council President. Well, first I'll just echo our Council President's comments. I really do appreciate you all meeting with me. It helped me understand this quite a bit and wrap my head around it, especially as a new councilor. That was really helpful. I know that this is only a concept, but I guess I wanted to note a few aspects of what we had discussed, what you had just discussed tonight, and what we had discussed in that meeting that I really like about the project. And so moving forward as conversations around this continue, these are, I think, the bulk of what I'm going to be looking for as a counselor. So on the concept plan, we had talked about prioritizing affordable rentals, but also affordable home ownership options, particularly family scale home ownership options. I think getting families of all income levels into stable housing that they own is not only an anti-poverty measure, but really critical for a real gap in the future of our city, so to speak, and really critical for the health and safety of our community over the next number of decades. I also really appreciated, again, this is, if successful, if we sort of go all the way down here, it's an expansion of the grand list and hopefully might ease the tax burden, which I think we desperately and taxpayers desperately need us to be taking action in that direction. I also liked, and there was some public comment around neighborhood code, but the fact that this is affordable housing, this is getting some commercial space in, but at least how it was described, there's certainly an understanding the quality of life for those residents, and not just, obviously, affordability is critical, but also having some space for some green space, and it's not just like, concrete everywhere, I do think is important, and folks of all income levels deserve that and deserve communities that are designed in that manner. I also like, again, we're expanding public infrastructure. Just based on the conversation tonight, I did have a TIF question, but I can follow up with that later. Yeah, and then the last thing I'll just say, and I don't know if you mentioned it this evening, but mentioned it in our meeting, was just around the intent for how we're going to power all these buildings, being focused on geothermal and solar. And certainly I'll say that whether it's this project or any other project, I am very committed as a counselor to supporting any sort of new development, any new construction. I have a strong interest in seeing that being powered through renewable, low-carbon solutions like geothermal, like solar. I think given the climate crisis that we are currently in, we have a moral obligation to do that, but also given the trends in regulatory frameworks at the local level, certainly at the state level and at the federal level, a lot of these things I think are going to be more and more incentivized and made possible, and hopefully required very soon. So with that, I'll stop ranting. I appreciate the presentation, your time, and look forward to continued discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeazer. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. I agree with everything that my colleague just reviewed. I have a kind of a comment, like TIF always makes me nervous. Now, on one hand, property taxes. And we know what that situation's like. So we have to be thinking out of the box. I find the idea of a TIF project to be interesting, but a city's history with audits on the 2 TIF districts that we have hasn't always been great. So I guess as we think about this, and I do know the city's been working with a consultant to help resolve these issues. But as we think about this, if this idea of a TIF project moves forward, how do we avoid falling into those same pitfalls that we've had with bad audits? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Director Pine, would you like to respond?
I think a response would be helpful at this
Okay.
point. And I'm going to look to my colleague, CAO Shad, because her office has taken steps to really improve significantly the way the city handles our TIF accounts and our funds. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but we do have MuniCap, and we have a number of different steps in the process that we didn't have just a few years ago. So.
Yeah, I will say that since the time that I have been here, starting in, I think, April of 2021, we have significantly improved our processes for handling TIF. We did bring in a firm called MuniCap, which is one of the leading firms in the country to help manage TIF. And since then, we have put in processes and we have been following them. The issue is the 2 audits we had were really auditing us before that time. And so even the second audit, there was a nice, I think a couple of sentences from the auditor acknowledging how much progress we had made from the first audit, but of course it was on the other district. So I think moving forward, you can have confidence that the processes have been put in place and we have a clear delegation of responsibilities. And some of those lie with the city, and then we have some checks and balances outside, and I'm happy to talk to you more about that offline if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Well said, Councilor Grant. Okay. We'll go to Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Travers. Well, I'm someone who really likes TIF. I think it's a great way for us to finance public infrastructure. I'm disappointed that we can't have another full TIF district for this project, because as we all know, we're extremely capital constrained in the city right now. I guess a couple of things. When might we expect to have the numbers crunched on the debt capacity that a municipal-only TIF might bring?
I expect, at least an initial pass within the next month. I'm gathering all the information I need. I don't quite yet have everything I need to be able to do that, but I think, assuming I get the information I need within the next week or so, I would expect within a month or so we would then have the first pass. It's a complicated analysis just to be, when you think about TIF, you've got different timelines that occur, and it relates to when you need to incur debt to build the infrastructure, but also when do the new private developments come online and start to pay taxes, and how do all those timelines fit together to help you handle the cash flow for debt service. So it's a complicated analysis, but I think a first cut within the next month or so.
Okay, thank you. And my other question was around the project-based TIF. Then just so I understand, is that a full TIF that would be applied to a specific project?
Yes.
Okay.
That one would allow the city, if these are enabled in state statutes, which they aren't yet, but I'm giving you the heads up, it may be something that the city is going to want to participate in helping support in front of the legislature in order to enable projects like this. But yes, under a project-based TIF, you'd be able to retain both education and municipal taxes, incremental taxes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Are there any other councilors that wish to get in the queue? Yep, Councilor Kane.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on a topic that I brought up during the meeting a couple weeks ago, that is parking. So there's something like 500 housing units planned in the first phase of this development, is that right? And if you guys could confirm just the amount of parking that's kind of penciled in, I'd appreciate that.
Phase 1 is sort of an outlier here because there will still be a large expanse of surface parking here. So there won't be much new parking constructed for Phase 1. There will be, as I understand it, Ride Your Bike is looking at one level of underground parking on each side of this new innovation lane. And then the balance of their parking demand would be met by that existing surface parking. So it's hard to say exactly how many because there will be many, many spaces that currently do exist. I would say, though, that generally the ratio of parking per home or per unit that Ride Your Bike is considering is something like 0.75 per unit. Champlain Housing Trust, which, if typically when they develop affordable housing and if they're a part of Phase 1, they, in this area of town, would park at anywhere from no spaces per unit to 0.3 spaces per unit, probably closer to 0.3. And then if there's any student housing component, I don't think Champlain would be parking those. So I think it's less than one space per unit. It's another tough equation here, but hear the concerns about the number of parking. We didn't get to cover that in the slide deck. Ultimately, with the build-out, there's something like 1,000 parking spaces, outlined in this project, which sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but we have to remember that a lot of that is for existing Champlain College needs. A lot of that is assuming that there would be a significant parking component for the public in accessing the South End and Pine Street. So it's tough to answer that question, but there will be many hundreds of parking spaces in Phase 1.
Thanks. Yeah, I understand there are a lot of moving parts, and it's hard to give a clear answer on that. But I am aware that there are models of car-free development around the country, similar numbers of housing units, and I'm sympathetic to Councilor Newbeezer's concern about having like grassy areas and a park there. I'm not necessarily seeing that here, and so I'd like to, I would like to see a proposal when it does come forward of perhaps only underground parking and certainly lower than the current ratio that Burlington has in this city. And during the meeting that I took with you all, I heard some concern that financing might make it difficult financing constraints might make it difficult to go very low on the parking number because banks like to see that there's a bit of parking to make, because people like to rent apartments that have parking spaces. And there's some conversation about how the apartments would be used, that many of them would be used for engineers working, at particular places like Beta Technologies, for instance. And I am wondering about, and I've raised this before, the possibility of, a company like Beta pledging to shuttle workers back and forth to their campus, like other companies in this country do, for instance, some famously in California, shuttling tech workers around. I wonder if that might help with the financing, and I'm just wondering kind of where the efforts are, how the parking situation relates to the financing at this moment.
Yeah, Brian is saying it's too early to tell. It is too early to tell. I can say that early on, Roger Bike was talking about large banks of car share cars. I'm not sure if that's something they're still considering. We have been talking with GMT. GMT microtransit is a topic that has come up, which is a sort of public version of the shuttle that you just described. We do have, the medical center and UVM and Champlain do operate shuttles in the city, so I think it's not without precedent in the city. And if that is in fact a goal of this council or specific councilors, that's the type of element that can be put into a development agreement, or to at least continue studying that sort of concept. Yeah, investors require parking. It's an unfortunate reality we face today, but I think it's safe to say that all the parties, while it's still too early to tell exactly what the ultimate solution will be, are interested in a car-light district. I mean, what we haven't shared tonight is some sort of concepts for the streetscapes, and if you look at them, they are sort of, I would say, very human-scaled and human-centered, very little space for cars. Most of the space is reserved for people on foot or on bike, so, yeah.
Thanks. And I'll just end by noting that I think this topic of the parking might become even more important given the issues related to the railroad enterprise project that was discussed earlier this evening. We're concerned about traffic load coming up through Pine Street and our ability to kind of divert some of that traffic. And so I think this is something that a number of councilors will be continuing to keep an eye on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Kane. Councilor Bergman, and we are past the time for this item, so if we could try to be brief.
Yep. I just want to thank you again for the time you spent with us in, the personal meeting as well as this. I mentioned at that meeting the need for aggressive transportation demand management. You will be subject to the transportation demand management requirements of our ordinance if we continue to maintain it and strengthen it. However, there is a great opportunity that I would encourage you to have, and if the extent to which I can influence a development agreement, our ordinance asks for developers to pick 2 of, I think it is 5, different TDM options, and buses and car share and bike share and ride home and active in membership in a TMA. I actually would ask you to seriously consider adopting all of those and really being the model, because you're going to create a neighborhood, but people leave the neighborhood. And we need them to be able to get to where they need to go in as carbon-free way, as quick and easy, but also as effective. And so all of these means and more are things that we need. And if we have this partnership that may lead to a city TIF or something where we're going to be really trying to facilitate this. And let's do it right from the onset and show folks that we can. And I heard from you a desire to do that. And so, the trust but verify in me says, go forth and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? All right. as this is a work session, the council president gets to say something. So I'm just going to say something very briefly here. I won't go on or ask you all any questions, but I will have some questions that I'm hopeful to get some responses to. First of all, I just want to say that before I sat in this seat, I was chair of the Ordinance Committee and was very privileged to be able to work on the zoning amendment along with Charles Dillard, former planning director, Megan Tuttle. I saw Sarah Montgomery here as well, and really your whole team in this incredibly exciting project, which not only opens up the opportunity to turn these parking lots into thousands of additional housing units, but we really spent time in deciding what this new neighborhood will look like, because it will be a new neighborhood, it will be a new community. I think everyone here in this room should acknowledge that Vermont is very clearly in a housing crisis. The state put out a report that over the next 5 years, we may need up to 36,000 additional housing units in order to meet that housing demand. There are little to zero places in Burlington, other than the South End Innovation District, that presents the development opportunity for thousands of additional housing units like this community does. And so I mention that because as we think about what steps are necessary in order for us to open up that development opportunity, it's really a question that's not just of Burlington importance, it's a question that's of regional importance, it's a question that's of statewide importance. And so I anticipate that as we move forward here, if the state is serious about meeting its need of 36,000 additional housing units here in Vermont, we're going to need their support in order to open up the development opportunities in this area. And so just a few questions. I don't expect the answers now, but hopefully as this discussion continues, which it no doubt will, we can get those answers. The first is just, we've consistently heard that phase one of this project would perhaps be built along Lakeside Avenue, and so I would be curious to know sort of what development opportunities are available with the existing infrastructure that goes down Lakeside without our having to build out additional infrastructure along those lines. I think the second question would be, when you have it, sort of what even just the back of the envelope costs would be with respect to a full build out of the infrastructure in this location. I think a third question would be whether or not there's a phased approach that's possible to it. You know, what would the city's suggestion be as we move forward here? Would it be to do it all in one fell swoop? And if so, what's the total cost of that? Or if there's a more phased approach that at the very least would unlock development opportunities in phase one of the project, what would the cost of that look like, and where would we move from there? You know, if there was a more phased approach with a smaller price tag, I think that's potentially where a municipal TIF comes into play. It strikes me that this entire project, which, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of it is you know, close to maybe the $50 million mark, for example, it strikes me that a municipal TIF may not be the tool for that. It strikes me as well that a TIF, in order to meet the financial demand of this, is going to be sort of absolutely necessary, and perhaps along the lines of a statewide TIF. And so I will be interested in hearing from the administration as to whether or not, as we're meeting with our Burlington legislative delegation and preparing for our legislative session next year, whether or not legislative amendments that would allow for another statewide TIF or a project TIF here will be a legislative priority of the city, because I think it should be, and would encourage that to be a priority for us. And then the last question that I have that would look for feedback for is what grant opportunities is the city looking for here? You know, obviously the city has a number of needs. I think there are some needs looking across the city that are more perhaps attractive to contributions from private money, perhaps even philanthropic donations. I think as we are talking about sort of building out infrastructure under the ground, those opportunities are less available. So as I think about what are the funding mechanisms that will make this work, I'm hard pressed to think of something other than a TIF district or other than really substantial grant monies. And so we'll be curious to hear whether or not the city is prioritizing this project in its grant applications, and if so, how it is doing that. And if not, why not? Those are my questions. I very much appreciate you all coming forward with this project, and we'll look forward to the discussion continuing and would be happy to turn to you, Director Pine, and the team for a last word here.
Just to say that all those questions are ones that we will get back to you on rather than try to scramble to answer them tonight. So you can get on with the rest of your business, and we'll circle back with you, the whole council.
Great. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. We will now turn to item 6 and 7 on our agenda. Item 6 is climate emergency reports. Item 7 is public health and safety emergency updates. Before we then turn to the consent and deliberative agendas, just so folks know, after the climate and public health and safety updates, we will turn to the City Council with Mayor presiding, and then to the local Cannabis Control Commission, and then back to our consent agenda. So item 6 here is climate emergency reports. Is there any councilor with a climate emergency report? We'll turn then to item 7 on our agenda, which is public health and safety emergency updates. Is there any councilor with a public health and safety emergency update? Councilor Litwin, and then Councilor Grant, and then the mayor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Litwin.
I'd be happy to cede allow the mayor to go first.
Okay. Mayor, would you like to go first? Councilor Grant has raised that as a possibility here, and Councilor Litwin is willing to yield this time to you.
I appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Councilor Grant.
Thank you.
I wanted to offer a few updates on community safety, because I think this is a helpful moment in the agenda when we have folks a little bit more tuned in than at the very end of the agenda when the mayor has an update. And I wanted to offer first, because I know it's an item at least currently on the agenda related to a police facility, a resolution they're looking at reviewing, what do we do next with our police department. I want to note that we have been actively having conversations within the larger discussion around the memorial block of what do we do, and folks will remember in the pre-development agreement, there was a piece that was specific to Central Fire Station, which is physically on the block right now. But it really sparked a larger conversation as we look at the state of our police. Hi, okay. The city attorney is just rolling it away from me. The chair, the table, whatever, this piece of furniture. But when we look at the state of our current police department building and the dire straits that it's in, which is concerning for the working conditions of all the individuals who work in that building, as well as the Central Fire Station, it seemed very prudent to start exploring a joint effort of what could a public safety building look like to really look at those dual capital needs that we desperately have in the city right now. So we've started some exploration, leveraging our growing relationship with the developers on the Memorial Block to see what is possible, considering that the city of Burlington does not have bonding capacity at the moment to do this on our own. So I am hopeful for this conversation. We've started to have those explorations, and I look forward to coming back to the council with more information on that. The second piece I wanted to mention is that upwards to 200 people attended a first community safety forum that I held on Thursday of last week, where we discussed a number of issues, and it's the start of continued forums every 2 months until we have nothing left to talk about in terms of community safety. There are so many items to cover that we can't adequately do that in 1, 2, or even 3 sessions. And so on Thursday, we covered a general high-level update of all the initiatives, largely short-term initiatives we've initiated since I've become mayor, ranging from hotspots to our senior advisor on community safety and the scope of her work and what she's working on first in that role. We also had Senator Phil Baruth there to talk about gun policy, and he and I tag-teamed a little bit about local and state gun violence and what we can do in partnership with the legislature, and also what we can do immediately while we wait for the legislature to come back in session. We also heard an update on police officer recruitment from the police chief. And we then broke out for some significant community engagement, because if there's one thing that is clear, the complexities of our community safety challenges are way bigger than one mayor or even all of us collectively in this room sitting around this table. So people really took that to heart, and we had really robust conversation generating solutions, ideas, questions. And I really appreciated the community's engagement there. It was a different format than a city council public forum, but people have access to this almost every other week. So I encourage folks to pick the format that works for them. November 7th will be the next forum. We'll focus on youth, and especially youth involved in violence and gun access in our community right now, which is a very troubling trend, as well as victim services and anti-violence measures as well. In January, we'll focus on drugs, the substance use crisis that we are facing right now, trafficking, and then the public health components of that, of how we're responding as a community. This will include a robust engagement with our Burlington Fire Department and their portion of the response there. The third piece I want to just briefly talk about, because it feels important to name this, it is a public health emergency related to the abrupt ending, which we were anticipating, but of the general housing emergency program run by the state, otherwise known as the motel program, especially changes this last week. We've had upwards to 300 people in Chittenden County exited from this program. Many of which are families. 80 of that number are children, most of which are not even old enough for school. So we have been working, Sarah Russell, of course, within the CEDO department, has been working to field many heartbreaking phone calls from these families about where are they to go. We've been working with the Burlington School District to support families who have children enrolled in the schools. That is a small portion of these families, because I want to emphasize most of these children impacted are under 5 years old. We are doing our best here in Burlington, again, for a humane response. We've identified about a dozen campsites at North Beach where we were able to open up and offer those to these families. It is not a great solution, but it is something. It's better than just shrugging our shoulders and saying we have nothing left to do. And I'll be joining the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance and other advocates on Tuesday at a press conference in Montpelier to really call on the governor to step forward. This is at an emergency level, and weather is turning colder, and this is a humanitarian crisis at our feet. And so that's where my advocacy will be focused. Finally, one other just quick moment, a quick update back to just youth and youth involved in violent and troubling behaviors. I met last week with a youth collaborative group of organizations, including the Burlington School District, to start to really talk about how do we collectively start focusing on these young people and not only interrupting behaviors, but getting to the core pieces of information we need to know around where are they accessing guns, why are they driven towards these kind of behaviors, how do we engage these families in informed ways that include culturally competent ways with many of these families, some of these families, I should say, I don't know the actual count, who may be immigrant or refugee families, and just really understanding trends for these youth and the impacts that the breakdown of our Burlington high school system has had on these young people when they don't have programs all unified on one campus. They have a broken up schedule, and they're starting to fall through the cracks. So we have a significant obligation as the adults in this community to come up with not only solutions, but really partner with these families and these youth for better outcomes. And with that, I will give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will now turn to Councilor Litwin and then Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I am happy to have let the mayor go first because I appreciated that update, and it segues nicely. So, Mayor, I appreciated your update earlier today and what you shared, that roughly 200 households are being exited over the next couple weeks from motels, which over half of them are children, have children in them. And so I wanted to let folks know that the CDNR met, or Community Development Neighborhood Relations, and I am looking very carefully at affordability and the affordability crisis, which I see as a public health emergency as well. Our vacancy rate is incredibly low, with only 1% of 11,000 units available. Rent inflation has been going up very fast. And what I'm extremely concerned about is that beginning next year, the estimated cumulative tax impact for the future BHS-BTC school construction bond will begin at a rate of $648 per 370K assessed homestead value, and that's going to continue to increase up to $834, which will last until 2046. And what I've also learned from Director Pine is that what they're finding is a significant number of Burlington Housing Authority Section 8 program recipients have been unable to find and secure housing within the customary 90-day lease-up period. And that has required them to try and get extensions from landlords for additional 90 days. So it's taking people at least 6 months to find apartments when they need to move suitable housing. Over half of all Burlington renters are considered cost burdened at this point or severely cost burdened by their housing expenses. 27% of Burlington renters are paying now between 30 and 49% of their income on rent and utilities. And 26% of Burlington renters are paying more than half of their income towards that. I will skip ahead a little bit, but I want to urge people to contact their legislators and their senators regarding the restriction that municipalities face on controlling rents. That is a state law. And in the meantime, I do intend to pursue what I'm calling renter or residential stabilization protections through hopefully nonpartisan efforts to bring control of rental increase notices into the control of the municipality and to adjust as needed to be responsive to the realities of the rental market. The second update I'd like to give is related to needles litter, which I have increasingly gotten more comments and letters about. Just this week, our landscaper at our Champlain Housing Trust building was stuck by needles that were discarded into a bush in our playground. It's been very upsetting for our community, and I've also talked with other property maintenance folks who have been stuck and shared with me the frightening impact that's had for their family as they have to go to the hospital and wait for many days before they can get the results of any potentially transmitted diseases. I visited, we received comments at the last meeting about the needle exchange on Clark Street. I visited that needle exchange and had a really lovely visit and conversation there. I learned that there's about 4 to 6 locations that are operating as needle exchanges, but the bulk is coming out of the Clark Street location. What concerns me is that about 20,000 needles are going out of that location every month, with about 5,000 being returned. And so the math adds up to about 180,000 needles per year that are not being returned, that are ending up either in the trash stream, the sewer system, or out in our community. Some of those may be getting into some of the receptacles that are out there, and that's my optimistic lens that I'm putting out there. And so I do believe our council and the administration, we need to collaborate and turn our attention to this expeditiously as we seek to address this. And I appreciate other councilors who have come forward to talk to me about this as well. And the last update I want to give is I was very disturbed, as were other of my colleagues, that elementary school students this morning unfortunately got off the bus and found a bag of THC gummy bears or something to that effect at a bus stop and consumed them. And thankfully, they had trusted adults to go to in the school who acted quickly. I want to thank the staff at that school for doing exactly what they should have done, contacting parents, getting medical attention, and I'm grateful that none of the children have been medically harmed. However, I want to take this opportunity to remind folks that children are more susceptible to the effects of THC due to their smaller body size and their developing brains. And symptoms of THC exposure in children can have a variety of serious health consequences that can also include respiratory distress in severe cases. So what I'm asking us to do as a community that is a new cannabis, has a newly burgeoning cannabis marketplace that seems to be growing every month.
Please just wrap here, Councilor Litwin. We're at 5 minutes.
Okay, please be careful, responsible with your cannabis products, and I urge people to buy a lockbox.
Thank you very much, Councilor Litwin. I have Councilor Grant in the queue, and then Councilor Newbeezer. And Councilor
Thank
Shannon.
you.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Grant.
Thanks. So for people who haven't noticed yet, the new website is up, went up as of today. If you can't find anything, let us know. and we'll be happy to assist you. I'm still getting used to it. But when you do go to the new City of Burlington's website and you click on the agendas button in the lower left-hand corner, it will take you off of the site, but over to City Clerk, which is the program that houses all of our meetings, upcoming and previous. And if you go to September 19th in the morning, we had a public safety committee that had really significant reporting from our fire department. And I really encourage people to listen to Chief LaChance's report. When you click on meeting media, you can see it, or you can simply read his report if you don't have time to watch the meeting. What especially impressed me with his presentation is that with regards to recruitment, a lot of people don't realize that the fire department has personnel issues as well. But they are really doing some of the things that I've repeatedly brought up with the police department. So when we talk about social media, not only just doing social media posts, but having them be more targeted, boosting them, doing ads on media that firefighters read, etc. There's a real plan there. There's a real strategy there, and we don't have these things occurring on the police department side. So I urge that we continue to ask for these, what I call ABC 1, 2, 3s. I will also say I talked to the acting human resources director about my continued concern of our open positions in our police department not appearing on major job sites. Why is that? And then after the fire department's presentation, I checked for the firefighter positions, and they're not there either. So something's going on with regards to the way our site that houses our open positions for the city is being swept, in that these positions are not appearing on these other sites, which does put us at a disadvantage when we're talking about going for lateral transfers. In addition, there is a lot of other data. It was a very detailed meeting. I was disappointed in some initial data requests related to the CAP resolution that was recently passed, already being denied by the chief, and we'll be following up on that. The last thing I want to mention is someone sent an email regarding the Green Mountain Transit cuts and brought up something very important that I will be forwarding to GMT and the GMT Commission. The writer of this email said, "I'm particularly concerned about the number 11 airport bus being eliminated in June 2025. This bus is the only bus that directly goes by the Chittenden Clinic on San Remo Drive in South Burlington. I work there as a nurse. This clinic serves an average of 1,000 people with addiction disorders, providing treatment. The participants in the clinic that are in physical shape already take the number 1 Williston bus and walk from the University Mall to the clinic, because this bus is scheduled every 20 minutes and makes less stops. Therefore, it is quicker to get to the clinic compared to taking the airport bus. People who have many medical problems, in addition to seeking treatment for addiction, are dependent on the airport bus because they're not physically able to walk from the University Mall to the clinic." So this is a very important point that I had not seen brought up before, and as I mentioned, I will be bringing this up with GMT to see if there's anything that can be done to protect this particular bus route. That is all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Grant. I am mindful of our time and the fact that we have not even gotten to our consent agenda yet, but I want to make sure councilors get in the queue if they'd like to speak. I have Councilor Newbeezer and Councilor Shannon. Is there anyone else that has a public health and safety emergency update? All right, so we will go to Councilor Newbeezer and then Councilor Shannon, and then we will turn to our consent agenda. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Newbeezer.
I'll just try to be very brief. I just wanted to follow up because I know folks have reached out, and certainly our community's thinking about the 300 folks that were kicked out of their homes because of the state's actions. And yeah, not to get too angry or grandstandy or waste time, but I think everybody in this city, in this county, and across the state has a right to be livid. That is what our state leadership, the legislature and the governor decided was that's the best we could do as a state. And now it's not a theoretical vote. There's 5-year-olds sleeping in tents in our city. So I just, it's dumbfounding. I know for a fact we can do better. And I hope everybody in the city who's concerned about this starts calling legislative leadership and the governor, because that's the only way it's going to shift.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. We'll go to Councilor Shannon, and then we will turn to City Council with Mayor Presiding.
Thank you, President Travers. I too share the concerns and outrage around the table about what is happening with the motel program, and fear the impact that it will have on the people who are now being exited from these hotels, and where will they go. I also fear the impact that it will have on our community. And I agree with the mayor when she says that our challenges are bigger than one mayor and anyone in this room. They are, in fact, related to everyone in this state. And that was very much recognized this, I guess, just last week, when a group of municipal leaders gathered together to show their strength and collaboration, come forward with suggestions and pleas that every branch of state government come together to address the needs for both safety and housing for homeless people. Those leaders included the Montpelier City Manager, Montpelier Mayor, Newport Mayor, Bennington Town Manager, Winooski Mayor, St. Albans City Manager, Barry City Manager, Brattleboro Town Manager, Shelburne Town Manager, St. Johnsbury Town Manager, Springfield Town Manager, Rutland Mayor, and the Town Administrator and Select Board Member from Berlin. We know that it is difficult for Burlington to get what we need in Montpelier, and only by partnering with our colleagues across the state are we going to be able to get what we need. I was heartened when the mayor informed us that she was working with these folks. And I want to quote from Mayor Christine Lott in Winooski, just a few points that she mentioned in her statements. For over 50 years, the state has assumed primary responsibility for social services and care for those in need. The state created the Agency of Human Services, the largest state agency, and it's a network of nonprofit service providers. Managing the impact of rising homelessness has fallen on the shoulders of local governments and local service providers. Municipalities do not have the capacity, the expertise, the resources, or the formal authority to address many of the associated problems. Our first responders cannot keep up with calls. Our residents are reluctant to use public spaces. Our limited staff are left cleaning up in sanitary messes. Volunteers are exhausted, and our nonprofit partners are at a break point. Public safety must not be compromised as we work to right this untenable situation. There's a variety of ideas that are presented by these leaders to address the problem, and maybe not all of them fly, maybe not all of them are the right ideas, but the collaboration with this group is essential, and I was so disappointed that we were not part of this group.
Point of
And I
information.
hope that we will
Point of
partner
order.
with
Sorry,
our
sorry.
state,
I'm sorry,
with our
Councilor Shannon, there's a
state
point of, I'm
peers.
sorry, Councilor Shannon, there's a point of order. Yes, Councilor Newbeezer?
I believe comments are supposed to be directed to the council president and not speak to other members at the table.
I was not speaking to any other members of the table.
Well, I will rule on the point of order. I will mention that, as I mentioned in the past, that I view these public health and safety emergency updates as an opportunity to provide updates, and we'll just ask that Councilor Shannon continue, and keep it within that lane.
Thank you. It is my hope that going forward that we will partner with other municipalities because we have greater strength working with them than working on our own or working with just Chittenden County. We need to work together, we need to collaborate, and we need to be a team to get what our city and our state needs, and particularly what the residents who have just been thrown out of hotels need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Shannon. That brings us to the end of our public health. Yes, Councilor Grant, I had indicated that we would try to move to our city council with mayor presiding now. I would welcome further comment. Sorry, Councilor Grant, do you want?
Well, I don't want to make further comment, but I think the mayor should be given an opportunity to respond to what was just said, because I think we don't want to inadvertently leave people with an impression that our current administration is not willing or not working with other municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Grant, the mayor had not asked for the floor, but would you, the administration was specifically called out there, and I would be happy to turn to you if we could keep it brief, and then we will try to turn to the city council with mayor presiding.
Thank you, President Travers. As I emailed through my chief of staff this morning an explanation to every single councilor around why I did not participate in the municipal leader press conference last week. What folks aren't privy to is some of the back end prep for that included some policy positions that were not in line with what I think is the best approach and the humane approach for how we support folks who are unhoused. And as I mentioned before, on Wednesday, I will be in Montpelier lobbying, and I've lobbied on this as a legislator, very clearly leading folks towards more than 2 years ago, making sure that we weren't in the situation that the city is in now. So I've been very clear, and I'm very confident in leading the city forward. And Charlie Baker's in the room right now, but we've been meeting with town managers in the urban core since for June or July, I think, at this point, and we are meeting with housing providers to come up with more solutions, more emergency beds, and I have been collaboratively working with all of the folks in the urban core consistently since June. And I continue to update you all in mayor comments when I'm given the opportunity in your agendas, which have unfortunately ended before I've been able to give those updates for probably the last three meetings or so. So I would welcome that opportunity so I can give you those updates in real time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you prepared at this point to turn to the city council with mayor presiding?
Let's go.
Okay. So I will recess the city council meeting at 9:38 p.m. and turn to you, Mayor, for the city council with mayor presiding.
Thank you, Councilor President Ben Travers. So let's move on to City Council with Mayor presiding. I'm going to call to order. I cannot see the clock, so it is 9:38 p.m. And our first item on the agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Travers. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Newbeezer. Is there any discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is item 2, the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Moved by Councilor Travers. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Is there any discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. So just to remind people, because it's been a minute, we're going to be moving on to item number 3, which is regarding a couple of board appointments. And I want to remind people that there is a presiding rule, Rule 8 of the council rules, which reads, and I just want to remind folks because there's been some confusion on the voting before, each member present, I'm quoting the rule, at a meeting shall cast a vote on each and every motion other than an appointment. So unless there's a conflict of interest present. So for appointments made by the council and by the council with mayor presiding, nominations shall be accepted and then each nominated candidate voted on individually. When one candidate for office receives the vote of a majority of the council present and voting at the meeting, then that candidate is declared the winner. And if no candidate receives a majority and the nomination fails, the position is re-advertised. Members need not vote for any candidate, but must vote one affirmative vote per round. So it's important to note that you cannot This is a different abstention than in your normal proceedings of City Council. So when I call the vote, you may vote yes, no, or abstain, and you might wish to abstain, for example, if you don't oppose another candidate, but you can only vote once in the affirmative, which is a yes vote. Are there any questions on that quick review? Let's see how y'all do again. Okay, here we go. We're moving to item 3.1, which is one seat we have on the Conservation Board with term expiring on June 30th, 2027. Are there any nominations from the floor? Councilor Newbeezer.
I'd move to nominate Ethan Ely.
So Ben, was it Ben Ely?
Ethan.
Ethan, I'm sorry. Thanks, Ben. Ethan Ely is nominated for the seat on the Conservation Board. Are there any other nominations? Oh, nope. Yes. Are there any other nominations? Councilor Barlow.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Peter Smar.
Councilor Barlow nominates Peter Smar. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a vote first on the first, would anyone like to speak on the council to either of these nominations? And anyone know if Ethan is here? Ethan, hi, Ethan, do you also want to come? We have an opportunity for people to come and address the council if you're interested, no pressure. To introduce yourself, it's totally up to you. And if you do want to do that, I would invite you to the table. Come on up. You turn on the mic. Yep, there you go. Yep.
Hello. Hi, my name's Ethan Ely. I am a water resources engineer. I work down in Waterbury, but I live right down the street on Maple Street. I've been living here for a little over a year now in Burlington, but I've been working in water resources for quite a while now. So I do a lot of work with stormwater resources, or stormwater management, flood mitigation, things like that. So I've been in the environmental field for a while now. And I just feel at this point that I'm looking to kind of get involved in my city that I've fallen in love with, and I feel I have the experience working with construction plans, working with stormwater management, environmental regulations, and I could use those skills to assist the city in the conservation board. So that's all.
Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it. Is there any questions or comments from councilors on the nomination? Councilor Newbeezer.
Well, first I just want to thank, we had 3 applicants for this one open seat, I believe. And all 3 of you had great applications and appreciated you all applying. As we all know, it's a lot to serve, and certainly our boards and commissions, it's quite a commitment to make. Yeah, Ethan, your application in particular stood out to me because of your professional background. Yeah, I won't take up more time, but I appreciate you being here. I'm glad that you showed up to speak to your application, and hope that my colleagues will support me in that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this nomination? Councilor Shannon?
I want to thank you very much for coming, and just note that the application pool in this case is extraordinarily strong. And whichever way this vote goes, the city of Burlington will be well served. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any other comments from councilors on this nomination? Councilor Bergman.
So I'm struck by both the flood mitigation and the work like in the branch out of Burlington. So I'm just wondering whether you've taken some time to look at the challenges that we face here in Burlington, given our proximity to the Winooski and the persistent flooding that we've had over the last few years. I garden down in the Intervale. So what kind of skills will you bring to deal with that in regard to working with the Conservation Board?
So a lot of my experience is with flood mitigation projects, specifically riverine So right now we're doing projects with my company. We're doing work up in Montpelier on the Winooski River, looking at various dam removals and various other flood mitigation options, floodplain restoration. I also have, a CSA on the Intervale, so, I've had the same experience this year, not being able to do the U-Pick, which is unfortunate. I'm hoping to kind of bring my experience with, understanding hydrology, understanding hydraulics, looking at projects, and how those might affect those factors, and how we might be able to incorporate other aspects of stormwater management to maybe reduce urban flooding. Urban flooding and riverine flooding are similar but really related issues, but also separate. And I have a good understanding of what factors go into stormwater management specifically, and then riverine flooding. And how those are calculated. So I think I'll have the skills to be able to understand a project and see how that project will affect our current situation. So,
thank you.
Any other questions or comments, councilors, before I call the vote? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
And just before that, just as a point of information, it appears Councilor Carpenter is here now, so I will just note that for the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Barlow?
Abstain.
Councilor Bergman?
If this is for Ethan, then this is a yes.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes.
this is a vote on the first nomination of Ethan Ely.
Thank you.
Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Abstain.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Kane?
Yes.
Councilor Litwin?
Abstain?
Councilor McKnight?
Abstain.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon? City Council President Travers?
Abstain.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek?
Yes.
7 ayes, 6 abstentions.
Thank you, clerk. And with 7 that is voting in the affirmative, Ethan Ely is nominated to join the Conservation Board. Congratulations, Ethan. Thank you. Thank you very much for your interest in serving the city. And since, as I outlined in your rules, we have a nominee who received enough votes for the position, so we will not be accepting more nominations for this particular seat in term. But we want to thank all the applicants who've applied. As Councilor Shannon said, we had some really stellar applicants in this pool. Moving on to, where did my agenda go? Moving on to the next thing, which, here we go. Item 3.2, the Retirement Board. We have one position on the Retirement Board with a term ending on June 30th, 2027. Are there any nominations for the Retirement Board position? Councilor Newbeezer.
I'd like to nominate Paul Olson.
There's a nomination for Paul Olson. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, is Paul here or online?
Not online.
Not online. Thank you for that. Okay, if he's not online, would anyone like to speak to the nomination before we go to our vote? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll for the nomination of Paul Olson?
Just as a point of order, Mayor.
Yes, okay.
Just as a suggestion, I would suggest perhaps a voice vote on this
Okay,
if possible.
that is a friendly point of order. So let's
Can-
go ahead and do a,
Can we do that with Councilor Carpenter zooming in?
If there's a no, then we would have to take a roll.
so we'll see if this is a unanimous vote by voice, and if not so, we can certainly go back to a roll call. Okay, so all in favor of the nomination of Paul Olson to the Retirement Board indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Aye.
That was an aye, right, Councilor Carpenter, just to hear you? Yep, okay. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for that note. And with no other action, I will adjourn the meeting of the City Council with Mayor Presiding at 9:51 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now turn to the Local Cannabis Control Commission and call that meeting to order at 9:51 p.m. First item on our agenda for the Local Cannabis Control Commission is a motion to adopt our agenda. Is there a motion to adopt our agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Grant. Is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor, then say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have our agenda. The next item is our consent agenda. Commissioner Shannon, may I turn to you for a motion on our consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Grant. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We have one item on our deliberative agenda, and Commissioner Shannon, may I turn to you for a motion on our 3.1 deliberative agenda item?
Move to approve and authorize transmission of local approval of the following local cannabis control license application to the State Cannabis Control Board, subject to all municipal conditions currently in effect on such local license for Full Tank Flower LLC at 150A Church Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Broderick. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. With no other business, absent objection, I will adjourn the Local Control Commission then at 9:52 p.m. and now resume our regular City Council meeting at 9:52 p.m. The next item on our City Council agenda is our consent agenda. Is there a counselor with a motion on our consent agenda? Counselor Newbeezer.
Motion to adopt our consent agenda.
Thank you, Counselor Newbeezer. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Counselor McKnight. I will note for the record that on item 8.11, City of Burlington University of Vermont Medical Center Agreement Extension, I must recuse myself for a professional conflict of interest. Counselor Doherty has also informed me that he must recuse himself on that item for a professional conflict of interest, and will ask the clerk to please note that in the minutes. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously with the exception of Counselor Doherty's and Counselor Travers's recusal on 8.11. We now turn to our deliberative agenda. And the first item on our deliberative agenda is a public hearing regarding Burlington Comprehensive Development Ordinance ZA 2403, emergency shelters. Earlier in the summer, the council warned this zoning amendment, as is required, for a public hearing, and outside of our public comment, this would be an opportunity where if any member of the public does have a comment and would like to participate in the public hearing is now open as of 9:54 p.m. I will turn first to anyone here in City Hall. Is there anyone that has a comment for the public hearing on item 9.1? I will then turn online. Sharon Busher, you had signed up earlier in advance. I'm going to promote you. If you're still here with us a couple hours after public forum, you should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you, Sharon.
I am still here.
Great.
Good evening. The reason I wanted to speak was that we've had a tradition in our ordinances to especially with building codes, to refer to the state statute that governs them. But recently, we've also done more of this, where we eliminate the language because the state now has come in with their own language. And as we know, the state, we have to follow what the state does. We can be more restrictive. We can't vary from those restrictions, though. And my real comment is that now that it's not just building codes, and I don't want to diminish those, but now when there are things like this, who will track to see when the state may modify the language and whatever criteria or restrictions are imposed, and make sure that the community is aware of that, to have that conversation. I just wasn't clear in that process because this is somewhat atypical. It seems more and more we're eliminating language and then referring to the state statute on pretty significant topics. So I have no issue with what's being proposed, but I do have a concern about how we are going to track changes that occur after we make such a change in our ordinance, eliminating all language and referring to the state. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. There's no one here in City Hall to participate in the public hearing. Is there anyone else online that wishes to participate in the public hearing on emergency shelters? I will ask that you please use the raise hand function on Zoom. I don't see anyone raising their hand, so I will say going once, going twice. And with no one with further comments, we will close the public hearing on this item at 9:57 p.m. And now turn to item 9.2, which is the ordinance that we just held the public hearing on, ZA 2403, on emergency shelters. We have Charles Dillard from our planning department here. Charles, were there comments that you wanted to make before any action from the council?
Just with respect to Sharon Busher's comment about the definition, the ordinance does propose to simply refer to the state definition. Sharon asked, who makes sure that we are updating our ordinance if the state makes any changes. So CCRPC, Vermont Planners Association, those are two organizations that regularly provide legislative updates. We are also paying attention to what the state is doing regarding planning laws. So I think we've got three sort of layers there to make sure that we are updating our ordinance. And I think just to repeat why we're doing this, we do this here and elsewhere in the code to make sure that when there are changes to the state, we do not have to change our own definition. It's often a time cost. It takes a lot of time to update the ordinance for these technical corrections. So that's why we've done it here and elsewhere in the ordinance. No other comments right now.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you for your work and your team's work on this item. For further introduction of this item, I will turn to Councilor Shannon as Chair of the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you. As has been said, this is something, well, actually, I should make a motion first. I move to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance as amended by the Ordinance Committee and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion?
Thank you.
Second by Councilor McKnight. Councilor Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This was mostly something that was that needed to be amended and updated based on the new state regulations. And it also goes a bit further than what this state regulations require. The state does allow us to regulate location, and the locations were expanded in this case. But in most of, in the other cases, shelters had been a conditional use. They're now a permitted use. So they won't be going through the processes that were previously intended for this purpose. I understand that there is some desire around the table to have the ordinance committee do further work on this. This is not something that the ordinance committee spent much time on. We have spent a lot of time on other things, but we haven't spent a lot of time on this item. So I don't want to go too deep into this, as there's a lot still on our agenda, and I'll leave it to that further discussion that I expect is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Travers. I had just some clarifying questions that I'm still trying to get answers to, and I'm hoping you can help me with. Is the purpose of this to unconditionally allow shelters in any of the zoning districts that were previously current use, and I guess additionally allow in institutional and in enterprise light manufacturing? Without condition, without, taking it from where it was to now, is there any way for us to introduce additional requirements for permitting of shelters? And I guess to clarify that request a little bit further, there's been discussion around safety and security concerns in the neighborhoods, and how those, we had issues when we first put the pod shelter community in place, and when we raised it, CHT in a memo, I think it was 8.4 on our consent agenda tonight, had indicated that that's the responsibility of the city. So there's additional sort of cost that goes with standing up a shelter, and I'm just wondering where we can interject those considerations into the process.
Yeah, so I'll take those in order. So conditional use, there are today on the books two conditions in particular that aren't consistent with the state law. So we simply have to remove those. Those are, conditionally approving these based on stating that overnight stays by any individual are limited to 180 consecutive days. That's no longer allowed by the state. The second is there shall be on-site management by qualified adults, so on and so forth, with at least one management person for every 25 beds. That's also not allowed by state law anymore. Regarding whether or not there could be new conditions, I believe in theory they could, but they could not be beyond the scope of the dimensional standards that the state allows the municipalities to use in regulating these. So anything beyond, height, setback, that sort of thing, no. There was a suggestion that, could there be a condition that says a public meeting should be required prior to the establishment of an emergency shelter? And I suppose if so, yes, it could, if that's not a binding meeting, if it's an informational meeting. I think that might be counterproductive. I think to be respectful to the public, to hold a meeting that, is just to inform them of something that is already decided is not the right way to go about things. Also, it's a matter of best practice. We heard this from CVOEO and CHT that prior to establishing any emergency shelter, they always do community engagement of one form or the other. So I think that might just duplicate what's already being done and add time to what is essentially an emergency measure in the midst of the housing crisis. So yeah, that's what I would say. If you want new conditions, they just have to be limited to those, dimensional standards. Your second question about extending this to the ELM and the institutional, I think that was the question. Was this done to extend those explicitly? No, but the extension to the institutional and the ELM was done on the recommendation of CVOEO, CHT, and also Sarah Russell, the special assistance in homelessness in Burlington, just based on best practice. Essentially, flexibility is key here. A lot of those recommendations, in particular the institutional and the ELM, were made with the acknowledgement that there are infrequently residential neighborhoods directly surrounding some of these properties in those districts, and I think therefore that the impacts might be less in some of those areas, and so that's why I think emergency shelters were extended to those districts. Your third question was about safety and security. Can you repeat that?
Sure. I guess, is there a way for us to require of any siting of a shelter that there be a safety and security plan for the neighborhoods that are impacted by the location of the shelter?
I'm going to say most likely not, but that's a legal question. I would probably lean on the attorney's office for that, but if it's a standard that is outside, that is beyond the scope of dimensional standards, then I wouldn't say it would be allowed, but.
And I understand we might not be able to do it through zoning, but would there be another way for us to require that of a shelter?
And just so you know, you're at time, Councilor Barlow, so
Okay.
we'll allow Charles to respond, and then you're at time. So, okay, thank you. Charles, any further feedback on that?
No, I don't have anything further to add. I don't know if the attorney's office does.
Attorney Sturdivant is online. I don't know if she has anything to add.
Okay, Attorney Sturdivant?
Good evening. I'm not sure that the zoning aspect of it would prohibit that. It would kind of depend on the effect of interfering with the intended functional use. So I think that would have to be a little bit more fleshed out to be able to fully answer that question.
Okay, do you have anything, Councilor Barlow?
Well, one of the things, I guess, I'm not comfortable passing this as is, and I would like some more consideration and review of this done. And so could I move to refer this
Sure.
to committee?
Are you making a motion to refer back to the ordinance committee?
Yeah, I would like to do that if you'll allow me to do so. Yes, I would like to make
I think
that
that's
motion.
permitted, even though you're at time on debate. So there's a motion made by Councilor Barlow to refer this item back to the ordinance committee. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Litwind. So now the debate is on the motion to refer this item back to the ordinance committee. Is there anyone that wishes to be recognized on this? Councilor Bergman, yes.
So I want to argue against my colleague's proposal, because I think that the objections at this point, as I've heard them, are not developed enough. And it is not, I do not think, a good use of our time in the ordinance committee, which we still have a lot of things to do. It would seem to me that if we were to get a list of questions and some focus, then we could on our own, or it could come here first and be referred to the ordinance committee to take a look at that. And I'm always open, as I think I've demonstrated, to be able to look seriously at questions. The change that we're doing to just basically incorporate the state statute makes lots of sense. I did it, as staff here around the building codes, because we would be decades late in updating our codes. So I don't know that it is a prudent thing for us to delay this action now, because I think we can take up if there are serious questions, and perhaps we could get those from the counselors who are concerned, and then we could take them up as part of our business, or there could be a resolution that would ask us and planning, or the planning commission, to look it up. So there are a lot of ways that we can get there. And so I would be opposed to the referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Litwin, and then Councilor Shannon. And that timer was because we just reached time on this item. I know we have many things still on our deliberative agenda, so if councilors could please keep their comments limited to a couple minutes, if at all possible, that'd be great. So comments now are on the motion to move this to the ordinance committee. Councilor Litwin.
Yeah, I completely empathize and understand with what Councilor Bergman is laying out, and I'm nodding along with him because it's fairly true. But I'm supporting the motion to refer back to ordinance for some of the reasons that Councilor Barlow brought up, which is I think we need continued exploration of how to address the needs, how to balance the state requirements and the needs of residents to sort of expect more safety, security, noise reduction, which is also in the list of things that we can control for as it relates to shelters. And we frequently see a resident of Cathedral Square who is here tonight, who comes regularly, who talks about how there are safety concerns around Cathedral Square and safety concerns on Cherry Street, and we're about to explore putting a low barrier shelter flush next door. And I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying that we need to have a conversation about a plan. We've heard complaints at prior council meetings about some of the on-street activity around the Elmwood Pod community. Again, I support the Elmwood Pod community, and I just would like to see us get our city attorneys have the opportunity to fully explore this and counsel us in that way. And I think we do need a safety and security plan and noise reduction plan.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Shannon and then Councilor Newbeezer.
Thank you, President Travers. I agree with Councilor Bergman's points that the ordinance work has been pretty intense and continues to be. There's still quite a lot on our plates. But I also appreciate that we didn't take a whole lot of time on this, and I don't mind taking it back to committee. I agree with Councilor Bergman that in coming back to committee, it is more helpful to have some specificity from councilors about what it is that they're looking for or suggestions that they want us to investigate. And so I guess I would invite that at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Newbeezer, and then if possible, I think we'll try to go to a vote on the motion. Councilor Newbeezer?
I'll be brief, Council President. My view is that it's my understanding this has already gone through committee, as we've talked about. We've already talked about, these updates are required by state law, and that working on these sorts of technical amendments and compliance is a significant drain on city staff time. So while I respect the intent and I would love this council to take up some of those issues, it's seemingly that this is not necessarily the vehicle to do so. We've done our due diligence, we've got to stay compliant, and we ought to do that in a timely manner. So given all that, I hope we can move forward, and while I respect my colleagues, not support this particular proposal.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. There are no other councilors in the queue. Councilor Barlow.
If I just may respond to the point that Councilor Shannon raised. And so my thinking on sending this back might be that if we cannot effectively require a safety and security plan or a noise, plan, we might want to restrict what zoning districts we allow shelters in, because we can restrict the location based on the zoning district. Is that not true?
That's right.
So we could say, like, for instance, we didn't, if it was incompatible use with the Cambrian Rise zoning district, we could exclude that from this, correct? So I think that's the work that I would like the ordinance committee to do, is to decide if there are incompatible zoning districts with shelter siting.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Litwin, you already spoke on this item. I'd really like to go to a vote.
It would be a 15-second question to be recognized in the same way that Councilor Barlow was, to just provide the question that Councilor Bergman and Councilor Shannon asked, that has not already been asked.
All right, go ahead.
15 seconds. The other, I support that exactly for that reason, and then I would also ask us to explore whether we should have restrictions around schools and/or playgrounds, since there may be past sexual criminal behavior or anything else that we're not screening for. And so I would just ask us to consider that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Litwin. I see no other councilors in the queue to speak on the motion, and so we will then go to a vote. The motion is from Councilor Barlow to refer the matter back to the Ordinance Committee. I believe we will have a divided vote on this, and with Councilor Carpenter online, we will need to call the roll. Thank you.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
No.
Councilor Kane?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
No.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
Okay. With 7 yeses and 5 noes, the motion carries. The matter is referred back to the Ordinance Committee. We'll look forward to the Ordinance Committee's work and to the full council receiving this hopefully in the soon to near future. Again, Charles, thank you for you and your team's work on this. The next item on our agenda then is item 9.3, and very much appreciate Executive Director Charlie Baker from the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission's patience, as well as Andy Montrell, Chair of our Planning Commission. And Charlie, if you could come forward along with Andy here, we will look forward to your annual presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for making time on your busy agenda, which I admire your perseverance and fortitude, and you're not done yet. So we'll try to make this as quick as we can. This is, I'm actually here for 2 purposes. Yes, our annual report, so this is kind of a customer service call to make sure that the Regional Planning Commission is providing the city the services that you expect in the way that you expect. But there's a second piece, a second document added to my report around Act 181, which is the Act 250 bill, that I just want to introduce to you and just it requires the RPC to do quite a few things, and I just want to make sure you're aware of that before we start doing that work. I'll review the report real quickly. The first page is an introduction to the RPC and our board and how we leverage local funding to bring in $5.5 million of federal and state investment. It also has your representatives on our committees, and thank you for having Andy as your board member. He's now back on our executive committee. Thank you for that. Thank you, Andy. The second section details well, the longest list in the county of things that we do specifically for Burlington. And you can see a number of things that you talked about earlier tonight. Things like working on the, well, Railyard Enterprise isn't on here, but it was years ago. Things like the new North End, starting that up. And I'm going to skip through a lot of these, but walk, bike action plan, Battery Street. The Burlington South End feasibility study, which the RPC invested about $200,000 in to kind of get that work started. I think it's just finishing up. Brownfields, but happy to take any feedback on any of those specific projects, if there is any. If there's not, I will take that also, but I'm looking and I don't see any unhappy faces with our services yet. Okay. I will take that. And then there's another section there on page 3 that you have a few projects that the city asked for in this year's work program around Main Street scoping from Winooski to East Ave, and 127 shared use path scoping that we will be starting later this fiscal year. The next section reviews the projects that are in our transportation improvement program, which mirrors the state's capital transportation program. So you can see where federal funding is lined up. I note with some amount of concern the pretty significant disparity between the Railyard enterprise, $15 million that the state is showing in the capital program right now, and the 50-something million dollars. I think I heard that right. I was hoping it was 15, but I think they said $53 million for Railyard Enterprise. I don't know what to say about that, but that is a shocking number. And if we can be of some assistance in helping the city get congressionally directed spending or other grant funds, as you've done on other projects, please be in touch. We will need some help to make all that happen. And I think I expect there's going to be a similar situation with regards to particularly the wastewater infrastructure that you were talking about at the south end. And I would hope that there's a lot of federal and state funds available for that, as it's particularly dealing with the CSO issues that need to be solved. So please be in touch or ask the staff to be in touch. We'd be happy to follow up on that. And regional activities, there's a whole bunch of things that we do, including the housing conversation. We are about to schedule, and Mayor, I'm going to be in touch with your office in the morning to pin down a meeting time or two, as close as we could get, with trying to herd all the cats. The other thing beyond housing, we're also doing quite a bit of work on equity and coordinating with your REIB office, walking, biking, energy, emergency management, water quality. And I'm happy to take any feedback on any of those items or questions if there are any. And you are late in your agenda, no questions, thank you. The last piece in our report is a summary of Act 181, and I really just want to give the mayor and council a heads up that that law requires the RPC to do some work that beyond what we've normally done in the past in our regional plan. It changed Act 250 from kind of a quantitative 10-unit jurisdictional threshold to more of a location-based jurisdiction. So depending on where you are, you may be subject to Act 250. But those locations are going to be significantly based on the regional plan future land use map. Just like you have a future land use map in your city comprehensive plan, we have a regional future land use map. All the regional planning commissions do in the state. Some of the statute required us to be more consistent in how we're doing that across the state, but we need to update that map. And it also will not only determine or have some significance with regard to Act 250 jurisdiction, but also for state designation, the state designation programs, which has been a separate process. And you did a neighborhood development area recently, but those will also be dictated by the regional plan map. So more importance on our mapping. There's also, we have requirements around meaningful participation and environmental justice. We have to figure out what environmental benefits and burdens result from that land use map on environmental justice populations. We don't know exactly how to do that, but we will be starting to figure that out over the coming months. And then there are going to be housing targets coming from the state administration. They have 6 months from the time that they released that housing needs assessment that you referenced earlier a month ago that said 24 to 36,000 units. That was a 5-year needs assessment. This will be a little bit longer, 20 to 25-year, setting housing goals for the state. Then the state is going to break it down for each regional planning commission. We have to work with our municipalities to break it down so that each municipality has a housing target. So that work, we've been doing some background, playing around with some methodologies. But all of that work, the mapping and the housing targets, we are hoping to get done over the next 6 to 9 months. So I'm hoping that Burlington may in some ways be a little bit easier, since you're not in a suburban, growth pattern where you're deciding where to have growth or not. But there is on the last page a 6-phase process. We've started phase 1 is just kind of internal work. Phase 2, this is actually the beginning of, which is informing the city councils and select boards across the county about these new requirements that we have, and that our commitment to work with our municipalities. One message I want to make sure you hear about this, because it is changing the relationship a bit between the Regional Planning Commission and the city, is that, at least from my view, and I think from our board, we want to make sure that you hear that we still are here to support the municipality and not dictate or try to direct what you're doing. We're trying to support that. And that's the same message I'm delivering to all of our municipalities, that this is, we still want to remain supportive and in partnership with our municipalities, and not, although I do expect in some of the municipalities, I don't expect it in Burlington, but we may have some places, parts of their towns where there are disagreements, and we'll work through some of that. But don't be surprised if you hear about some of that in the media in the coming months. We are going to try to figure out the environmental benefits and burdens over the next few months. The map we're hoping to have out and review, probably with your planning commission, heads up Andy, first. And then I think we'll see, what we need to bring back to you. But probably sometime in the spring, we may be back with the map and the targets, and just making sure that this all makes sense, not only to your planning commission, but to the city council in general, and the mayor. And this is also a great time to please let us know if there's groups that you want to make sure that we engage with during this process around the mapping and the housing targets. Happy to take that feedback or input right now. And I'm sorry, that was a lot. Trying to go fast. I don't know how well I did, but thank you for the time.
No, thank you very much. Andy, is there something you wanted to say?
Yeah, just really briefly, as Charlie said, I'm your representative on the RPC, and I just want to take a moment to thank Charlie and his staff for all the work that they do. As you could see from this list, it's a pretty exhaustive list. For Burlington alone, it's quite a bit, but there are a lot of other towns in the county as well, and each one of them is really well served by the RPC. And our commission does a lot of work, but really it's Charlie and his staff who do all the hard lifting and everything. So just want to make sure that's recognized here. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I think you're right, Director Baker, that as we get late into the evening, perhaps comments get more limited, but I will turn to the council here. Yep, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Travers.
And sorry, Councilor Shannon, just before you get going, I will note that the time is 10:28 p.m. And as I was reminded at our last meeting, that 10:30 limit is not just with respect to our votes, but with respect to the meeting generally. So in order for us to continue here, a motion would be in order to suspend our rules. And I would suggest perhaps the motion would be well put to finish our deliberative agenda.
I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to the motion to suspend our rules to complete our deliberative agenda? Second by Councilor Newbeezer. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Our rules are suspended. Councilor Shannon, I will turn to you now, back again on item 9.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation and for all the work that you are doing. It is quite impressive, and I'm grateful for that work. I did just want to check in. The work that you do is generally very long-term planning, and it's methodical, and you work over a course of time on this. But we are currently facing an extraordinary and unprecedented challenge with homelessness. And I wondered if you see any role for the CCRPC in addressing that collectively with the members and with the state.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor, and you're right, we have been primarily focused on the long-term aspect, and that's the regulatory changes in Act 250 or zoning and things like that. But in this particular circumstance, and I don't know if I should thank the mayor for, she did reach out to me some number of weeks ago, and we've been kind of coordinating, not just with our own municipalities, but with the service providers and the state agencies to try to facilitate more conversation collective. So that's really the role that we're playing right now, is more of a convening role, and we'll see where that goes. Yeah, thank you.
If I might just add to that as well, as Charlie said, from a staff level, they've been working, I think, or have gotten engaged in this. I brought the question up at our last executive committee meeting, whether the RPC itself, the board members, whether we should start getting involved. And I think that's a discussion that will be ongoing, what level of involvement, if any, we should have. But if the council has any input or suggestions or would like us to be more involved as a commission, that would be helpful for me to know, so I could bring it back to the other members of the executive committee and the board as a whole.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any other councilor wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Grant.
Thank you. Along the lines of public safety and the current drug crisis, which is not limited to Burlington, we see arrest, we see drug-related crime in other towns and municipalities in the county. And one thing that I have heard as I've been in this, counselor, previously police commissioner, something that I hear over and over again is that we are not successful at dealing with some of these issues because we don't have quote-unquote county government. So just a thought, I'm thinking that maybe this planning commission is as close as we get, and because this is having such an enormous effect all across our state and our county, I think this is something that the Planning Commission should look at to see what can be done to get the money for the resources. We just do not have enough resources. It's not just about policing, it's about harm reduction as well. Speaking earlier about the GMT cutbacks, which might affect a bus to a place where 1,000 people a month go and get treatment, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant.
Is that all?
Would you like to respond?
That was just a joke. Yeah, and I'm sorry to be glib. So just to harken back, it was a number of years ago now, maybe 5 years ago, that the Opioid Alliance ended. But for several years, we were actually the backbone organization for that Opioid Alliance, and the money for that flowed through us and paid staff to work with the city and other partners on that particular effort. But the money dried up. And so there is an issue there for sure. And the legislature also started up a county and regional governance study that is going to come out with recommendations next November. Not that that's that speedy, but there is an issue in Vermont of just the ability for our municipalities to work together effectively. The governmental structure that Vermont has set up just doesn't make it easy for municipalities to work together. And I wish I had an easier way to say that, but I can pretty much say that's a fact. And we've seen it over and over, whether it was the Opioid Alliance or talking about trying to do dispatch together. Could we do better coordination there? And that has not really taken off. It was just too challenging for the municipalities to all work together. So I'm hopeful that maybe there's some different models that come out of that process, but that is a big, big topic that is much far-reaching, even beyond those few topics that we've talked about so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's what you just mentioned, it's brought up over and over again. The towns, the municipalities are siloed, services are siloed, and it is really interfering with our overall ability to better handle what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Any other councilors wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Barlow.
Just very briefly, to also echo thanks for all you do at CCRPC. We depend on a lot of your work for a lot of the policy decision-making we do, so thank you.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say, give some credit to your staff of how great they are to work with. So, it's a partnership, so thank you.
With that, if there are no other councilors in the queue, I echo Councilor Barlow's and others' thanks, and we look forward to our ongoing collaboration and partnership. Appreciate your being here at this late hour. That now brings us to item 9.4, resolution, the establishment of a downtown public safety hub. And to introduce this item, I will turn to the resolution sponsor, Councilor Litwin.
Thanks. I would make a motion to waive the reading and ask for the floor back in return.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor McKnight. Councilor Litwin, the floor is yours.
Keep me honest with 5 minutes. So I did
Less would be good, but
okay,
okay.
I'll do my best. So first and foremost, I do want to thank my fellow councilors for working with me to get to this point. Councilor Milo Grant for her seemingly tireless attention to public safety downtown, and Mayor Mulvaney Stanek and her chief of staff for their spirit of cooperation and ongoing dedication to downtown hotspots, as well as her strong voice during this week's unprecedented housing disruption for many of our area's most vulnerable residents. This resolution is intended to be responsive to the longstanding and ongoing requests for help from our downtown business owners, their employees, and customers. Burlingtonians, Vermonters, and visitors to our city have increasingly reported feeling unsafe in our downtown streets, garages, and parks, and I understand why. While cities around our country are all facing the harsh realities of balancing a crisis with addiction, a severe lack of affordable housing, and the fiscal and staffing realities of a post-pandemic society compounded by high rates of inflation. Throughout my campaign, I spoke about leveraging our city's important investments into a variety of public safety mechanisms, including our CSLs, CSOs, park rangers, fire department CRT initiative, and our collaborations with groups like Howard Center Street Outreach Team. As the mayor brings Corporal Jonas online as her new community safety advisor, I strongly believe we'll begin to see even more improved coordination of these resources under their collective leadership. Whether we personally agree or not with some perceptions that Burlington's downtown is not the question. Much like many of the problems the city is attempting to tackle, we need to improve the public perception of our downtown, Vermont's economic hub, and businesses are moving to Williston, to Essex Junction, and South Burlington. Increasingly so, people are self-reporting carrying weapons for self-defense, and we need to restore public faith and confidence in our downtown both day and night. We need a space where the public can seek help, get support, or call for assistance quickly. We need centralized space for their varied use needs, and we need a visible public safety presence to both deter and quickly respond to crime, medical or mental health events, and social support needs. Tonight only marks the beginning of an intentional public conversation about what that hub should look like should we pursue this option. It will be led by our Public Safety Committee and includes many stakeholders, including NPAs. The public is encouraged to participate at any stage to share what they want to see out of a future public safety hub. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge that many people, including several councilors spanning back for over a decade, really laid the groundwork for this concept. So thank you to them.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Newbeezer.
Sorry, I'm just getting my timer out real quick.
I got it for you.
Well, first, let me just say that I do appreciate the intent of this resolution. When it was brought forward 2 weeks ago, I noted it then. I think this is increasing visibility, making sure that folks feel safe in our downtown is crucial, both obviously from a health and safety perspective, but also I'm certainly interested in supporting businesses in our downtown core and across our city. I do also want to appreciate in this draft, it seems to me that the approach is one that makes a lot more sense. It felt collaborative over the last 2 weeks from all that I understand. And I do think it's a more thoughtful process to move it to public safety to allow for that constituent engagement, which my colleague mentioned in the first set of comments. My only honest concern is that particularly the December deadline, which I believe, if I'm not mixing up versions, the Public Safety Committee does quite a bit, and so I am concerned a bit about our capacity. So I just want to note that in advance. I don't plan to introduce an amendment around that, but we, go through each chief's report every meeting. We share information consistently about staffing levels at every meeting. We have folks from the police department, the fire department.
Just
other folks.
point of information,
Well,
I don't know if you saw.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
It's.
The date has been changed to January.
We'll let Councilor Newbeezer finish, and then that would be in order.
Well, that's perfect. You
Okay.
read my mind. I appreciate it. So there you go. That was a concern. I appreciate that update, and I did mess up my tabs, so thank you. I will continue to note, which I've said in the past, I am worried about unexpected or significant new capital projects right now. I don't know whether or not this is something the city can afford. We're certainly at our borrowing capacity, and I am concerned about any sort of continued pressure on Burlington taxpayers. Everybody, all taxpayers have seen an increase over the last number of years consistently. We're facing tight budgets for the foreseeable future, and so that is something that is top of mind. That being said, and just one other note, I think I said this, but I do want to make sure that I agree with the principle that increased visibility can be an effective strategy. So I appreciate the intent around that. I'm just hoping that there's perhaps more affordable options, but that's why I like this version so much better, because we have the time to do that due diligence, to have those conversations, and hopefully come to a place in coordination with the mayor's office that makes sense for our community and for taxpayers. So thank you to my colleagues for approaching it in this way. And with that, I will turn over the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. I do want to just confirm something for the record. So, Councilor Litwin, there was a proposed amendment that was posted to Civic Clerk, and my understanding is your intention was to move the version of the document that is labeled on Civic Clerk as the proposed amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I will just turn to Councilor McKnight to confirm as the seconder that that was your intention as well. Okay, Councilor McKnight has indicated that. So, your point of information that I believe you were trying to raise, Councilor Litwin, is well taken, that that December 9th deadline in this version has been moved to January 21st of 2025. Councilor Bergman, I see you moving for the microphone.
Yes. Thank you, President Travers. I'm happy that we've made these amendments. I think that they move us in the right direction, and I just want to caution us in our deliberations that it's not having a physical space that is going to make it worthwhile. It's going to be being able to staff that space. It's going to be able to actually have a real presence. You've got cruisers that are parked. They are there, but if nobody is around to act. So this is a big thing. When we look at the existing recruitment problems, we've just got to keep all of that in mind. I will be supporting this and look forward to those deliberations from the Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. I also just want to say I appreciate the collaboration and the dialogue. I think that's really necessary if we're going to do better in assisting the residents of Burlington and getting ourselves out of the dire straits that we're in. It's been quite exhausting the last few months, to say the least. I do appreciate Councilor Bergman's comments, but I also understand what Councilor Litwin is working towards in terms of it not only being the presence of police officers, but could also be a place for the street outreach team, CSOs, CSLs, and other city employees that are part of our overall community safety system. I'm happy to explore this in the Public Safety Committee, but I will say that it is still very important that for now, our priority be on the repairs at the police station. And this is related to the fire that occurred a few months ago, and getting the staffing so that at the police station, the public can come for assistance, can come to talk to officers or the professional positions that are working out of the department, and also for lawyers to have access to their clients. And this was a really major complaint with regards to the meetings with the community safety advisors, is that getting access to the police station first needed to be a higher priority. But I am happy to support this resolution with the conversations that have occurred and the updates that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Grant. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Kane.
Thanks. I'll start by saying that I appreciate that this idea was workshopped in committee. That said, where I would expect to see data-driven evidence, I see a string of whereas clauses in the text of the resolution that have nothing to do with the potential private space for community safety personnel. Because as Councilor Bergman just said, having more space available simply doesn't change the patrol resources available. Personnel may be even less visible to the public than they are now, to the extent they spend time in this facility. There's literally a whereas clause about weather and privacy. Why should this personnel need privacy? Isn't it better if the personnel does rounds in the parking garage when it rains rather than stays indoors in the facility? And are we really being led to believe that the downtown hotspots like Buell Street would be better served if there had been another downtown facility? As someone who crosses Buell Street multiple times per day, I can say that community safety personnel failed to make their presence felt when there were dozens of people reliably trespassing using drugs, where multiple city councilors watched hand-to-hand deals out of cars. Those living within a stone's throw of the police station suffer every day and night from trespass, drug use, drinking, loitering, fighting, littering, urinating publicly, and anything else you can imagine. And guess what? It doesn't help. It doesn't help the situation in Battery Park that the police station is adjacent to the park. I go through that park multiple times a day and have never seen an officer there. Despite a daily seeming congregation of loud individuals who frequently drink alcohol in public, litter, fight, urinate in public, such that the park right next to the police station is an unwelcome space for families with children. These comments were written, by the way, before the most recent attempted murder in Battery Park this summer, the stabbing the other day. I regularly watch men urinating in public so close that they could almost urinate on the police station itself. So I will again repeat that this downtown safety hub is a distraction that will not alleviate resource constraints. Given the state of Battery Park, I'm convinced that giving law enforcement access to half the buildings in the city wouldn't help. Various forms of antisocial behavior center around downtown, principally because social services are concentrated there and because people have nowhere else to allowably be. If this body wants to move the homeless population and all the antisocial behavior that comes with them away from residential neighborhoods, commercial areas, and recreational areas, then perhaps we should be having a conversation about sanctioned camping in relatively isolated areas. Another issue with the resolution is this: the prioritization of a commercial area over a residential area, which I believe is insulting to residents that deal with the same issues that are seen on Church Street. People with the means of leaving or choosing to look elsewhere for housing doesn't make the news the way business departures do, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. The residents of Peru Street and the other streets surrounding the Elmwood Pods have been complaining loudly and publicly for at least a year, yet their neighborhoods are not referenced in this resolution. We have mothers who need to walk their children out of their building each morning on their way to school because there are people sleeping in their hallways. We have BHA residents without access to their community rooms due to the amount of trespassing and antisocial behavior that occurs there. All this to say, residents feel like collateral damage, evidenced by the classist rhetoric from elected officials in this city, including tonight on the emergency shelter ordinance just an hour ago, that over and over again focuses narrowly on trying to make sure shoppers from suburban neighborhoods have a nice experience on Church Street while residents scream into the void on Front Porch Forum and elsewhere. And by the way, given the extent to which gross receipts revenue pales in comparison to property tax revenue, I don't even see a cold-hearted economic justification for this line of thinking. Lastly, it strikes me as counterproductive to refer this to the very well-run and busy Public Safety Committee that is actually doing incredible work on recruitment, including on social media and marketing. I would like to see the Public Safety Committee focus on increasing operational efficiencies by fixing the broken priority response plan, helping to address resident crime-related quality of life concerns, making sure the public regains access to the police station in a timely manner, as Councilor Grant just mentioned, continuing their thoughtful efforts to reduce frictions in hiring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kane. Any other councilor wish to be recognized on this motion? All right. Seeing no one, I believe that the vote on this will be divided as well, and so I will call the question and ask for the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Kane?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
With 10 yeses and 2 noes, the motion carries, and thank you, Councilor Litwin, for all your work on this item. That then turns us to item 9.5, and I suppose just for a roadmap for the rest of the evening here, we have 9.5, and I will turn to Councilor Shannon on that. 9.6 was marked off of the agenda, the police composition of independent panel, so we will not be turning to that one. I will be asking for a very brief recess of a few minutes before item 9.7, but 9.7 is the last item on our agenda this evening. So with that, item 9.5, Councilor Shannon, I will turn to you to introduce this item.
Thank you, President Travers. I understand that the mayor is hard at work trying to find a solution for a permanent public safety center of some sorts, and that may impact the discussion on this item. And with that, I certainly want to give the mayor the time that she needs to have those discussions and to include them when we have the discussion on this item. So with I'll also say I feel a lot of urgency, and I know that everyone does. This is an important initiative to assure that we can hire the police officers that we need, and this is important to them, and I appreciate all of the attention that is being given to this. But it looks like a little bit more time is needed by the administration on this, and I'm happy to work collaboratively trying to move this forward. So we'll ask that we move to I will move to postpone this to our next meeting, October 7th. And also note that when I tried to check that meeting on the new city website with the new city calendar, the calendar's not working so well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. There's a motion on the floor to postpone item 9.5 to our next regular city council meeting on October 7th. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Barlow. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Newbeezer.
I am glad that we're postponing as we did last meeting. I think it's important clarity that there was not a chance for collaboration in that.
Councilor Newbeezer, I'm going to ask that you please keep your comments just to the motion to postpone.
It speaks why, I do think my comments are germane and speak to why I'm supporting postponement versus further discussion on this item.
Okay.
But I will try to keep my comments in line with germane topics. All right, I'll just say frankly, we want collaboration. I want collaboration. I think the mayor's office has demonstrated that time and time again, on this included. And the reason for the delay is not at the feet of the mayor's office, quite frankly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the motion to postpone to October 7th? All right, seeing no one, we will then go to a vote. Is there a second? Did I ask for a second on that? Yeah, okay, it was Councilor Barlow. Sorry, thank you. All right, so we will then go to a vote. The motion is on whether to postpone this item to October 7th. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Again, what was originally posted is item 9.6, the ordinance on the the composition of an independent panel. That was moved off of our agenda by amendment. We will now move to item 9.7, the ordinance on comprehensive development ordinance. I will call the city council in recess now. The recess hopefully will last no more than 5 minutes. An amendment to this item has been posted on Civic Clerk. I would encourage councilors to take a look at it, and hopefully we will call the council back to order 5 minutes from now. Thank you very much. So again, we are now on the last item on our agenda, which is item 9.7, Ordinance Comprehensive Development Ordinance ZA 2404, Neighborhood Code 2A, Part 1, Technical Corrections and Secondary Structures. We have with us from our planning department, Charles Dillard, and I made a mistake earlier and referred to Sarah Morgan as Sarah Montgomery. Sarah Montgomery also does great, amazing work for the city, but is not Sarah Morgan, who's done great, amazing work on the neighborhood code and with the planning department. So sorry for that, Sarah Morgan. Given the hour, I know that both Charles and Sarah are prepared to answer folks' questions, but perhaps may not have a detailed presentation on this unless any counselor is looking for it. I think to move this matter along, I would turn to Councilor Shannon as chair of the Ordinance Committee to introduce the item.
Thank you, President Travers. I am not sure of exactly the right words for the motion here because it's a different motion that is posted, but I think the motion is to warn the public hearing for the Comprehensive Development Ordinance ZA 2404 Neighborhood Code 2A, Part 1, Technical Corrections and Secondary Structures. Is that the proper? Would you like to offer, could I ask Mr. Dillard to offer a motion?
Oh, no.
I think that would,
Offer language more.
Amazed that you got the name of the amendment right.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think a proper motion would be to warn item 9.7 for a public hearing, and then upon a second, we could have further discussion on that.
Yes, and I'll ask for the floor back after a second.
All right, so Councilor Shannon has asked to warn what's been posted for item 9.7 for a public hearing. My understanding from the city attorney's office is that a 15-day notice is required for a public hearing, and so if a public hearing is warned on this item, it would be held at our city council meeting scheduled for October 28th. That is the motion from Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor McKnight. Councilor Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. There are a number of different amendments that have been referred to the Ordinance Committee. But we focused only, and this was just referred to us at our last meeting. We kind of pulled together an emergency meeting to talk about this. We had discussions at 2 meetings, and we limited those discussions just to the secondary structures because when we adopted neighborhood code back in March, we had postponed activating the provision for, the provision for secondary structures wasn't going to become effective until October 1st. And so we had heard a lot of public comment at that time with great concerns about the secondary structures. And the idea was the postponement would allow us to be responsive to those concerns. So it was referred to the Planning Commission to address those concerns, but when it came back, we had very little time, and the majority of the Ordinance Committee did not feel that the concerns that have been raised at the time of adoption have been addressed. So we just focused on the secondary structures. There's still much more to come. And I understand that there is certainly not consensus and may not be a majority in support of the changes that we made in committee. And so with that, there's just, to be clear, there's 2 things that we're adopting or that we're talking about warning tonight. One is the secondary structures, the other is technical amendments that staff had recommended. So I'd like to propose the following amendment, which if approved, it would be warned as amended. And that amendment is found on Civic Clerk, and I will read it. First is to remove footnote 5 from table 4.4.5-2 and renumber footnote 5 to 6. Number 5 reads, except as otherwise may be permitted in Article 11 PUD, a secondary structure shall be placed behind the principal structure. And 2, add to line 87 an amendment to section 4.4.5E, effective date, the amendments to this section 4.4.5 that allow for a secondary structure within the RL and RM zones, except as may otherwise be allowed by Article 11, are effective November 1, 2024. And that allows us some additional time to try and reach something that is more amenable to more people around this table. Thank you.
Councilor Shannon has moved to amend the question to be warned as listed on Civic Clerk and as stated
I would
by
second that.
Councilor Shannon. There's a second from
Councilor
Bergman. To the City Attorney's Office, because the motion to amend is being made by the motion maker, presumptively it is friendly to the motion maker. Could the question warned be then amended as a friendly matter if the seconder to the underlying motion agrees, or will we need to take a vote on the motion to amend the underlying motion?
If the seconder the amendment to the ordinance was seconded, right? So you're asking if the amendment is friendly to, I believe it was Councilor McKnight who seconded? Yes, then I think that you do not have to take a vote.
Okay, so I will then ask Councilor McKnight whether you are friendly to the amendment. I see a thumbs up, and Councilor Shannon, I'm assuming you are friendly to the own amendment. You're yes, you are. Okay, got you. All right, so the motion on the floor now then is to warn a public hearing on the proposed ordinance now as amended, which removes footnote 5 from that table and changes the effective date of the implementation of secondary structure language until November 1st, 2024. Councilor Shannon, do you wish for the floor back? Okay. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Bergman.
It's mostly a point of information. As Councilor Shannon said, there was not unanimity in the Ordinance Committee. Of our 3 members, I was one who voted against this amendment there, and also one that struck the square footage recommended by the Planning Commission back to the 900 that was passed originally. And so basically this point of information I've got is in order to make additional amendments, do we have to have public comment at the public hearing to allow that to happen?
My understanding, and the city attorney can correct me here if I'm wrong, is that that statutory language on amendments being limited to comments being made at public hearing is limited to proposed charter changes, and that on zoning bylaws, that the council is not limited to the same conditions, that amendments would be permissible on any item, not necessarily those made at public hearing. And in fact, if no one participates in the public hearing, amendments would still be in order following that. To further that a little bit more here, Councilor Bergman, as I mentioned before, if we were to warn this for public hearing, the public hearing would take place on October 28th. If amendments were made at that point in time, my understanding is we would then need to warn another public hearing on October 28th on those proposed amendments. And looking at our council calendar, the first meeting more than 15 days out from October 28th will be our council meeting on November 18th if we were to make further amendments after the public hearing on the 28th. Is that in alignment with your understanding, City Attorney Brown?
I have no corrections.
Okay, good.
Thank you. I think that is helpful for us all in terms of the future. And I look forward to a renewed debate on the housing crisis, and this is the impact that this has on that at a time when all of us are fresher.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. The question then is on the motion to warn a public hearing on the ordinance as amended. Do any other councilors wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Newbeezer.
I'd like to make an amendment, if I can.
You have a proposed amendment?
Yes, I'd like to amend line 55, table 4.4.5-2, under section max secondary structure footprint in row residential medium, within that table there, amend 900 square feet to 1,100 square feet.
All right, I think it will take us some time to make it there. To clarify, there's a table in the proposed ordinance that currently lists the maximum footprint for a secondary structure as 1,100 square feet in residential low districts and 900 square feet in residential medium districts. Your proposed amendment is to strike the 900 square feet in residential medium districts and to replace it with 1,100 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Grant. I will turn to Councilor Shannon as the maker of the underlying motion to ask if you are friendly to that amendment. Okay, Councilor Shannon is not friendly to that amendment, so we will now turn to debate on the proposed amendment from Councillor Newbeezer to align the secondary structure footprint with that for the residential low neighborhood at 1,100 square feet. Are there any councillors that wish to be recognized on that question? Councillor Newbeezer, yes, do you want the floor back?
Yes, I think the reason for introducing this amendment, been speaking with Ward 1 folks, this is obviously a issue, neighborhood code generally is an issue that many folks in Ward 1 have been engaged around. So I've spent essentially the weekend and today engaging with a number of constituents. I am certainly supportive of the previous amendment that was just made and passed to give us more time to come to a consensus position. And this, I think, also is important because it doesn't make sense to me that we'd have residential low with 1,100 square feet, residential medium with 900 square feet. My understanding is that that initially was made on an assumption. I don't want to ascribe it to anyone because I can't think off the top of my head, but that was made with the assumption that on average residential medium lots are smaller and residential low lots are larger. I don't know that we know that that's the case. Had a lot of discussion with a variety of folks who took issue with the data that was based on. Regardless, I think it's an equity issue. If you look at the parts of the city that are residential low or residential medium, we ought to just be applying the same rules to everybody. And I don't sort of like the idea as it relates to neighborhood code of having sort of carve-outs in that way. So I think this does make sense. I also think it, and again, maybe this is not the most, I'm certainly not a developer or a housing expert, but I do think that expanding from 900 square feet to 1,100 square feet gives a better chance to incentivize family scale housing, even if that is still private rental. That allows for maybe a 2-bedroom, maybe a 3-bedroom, which ultimately is a top priority for me. So that's the reasons behind this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Newbeezer. Councillor Shannon?
Thank you. Zoning doesn't provide the same rules for everyone. If it did, there would only be one zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Does any other councillor wish to be recognized on Councillor Newbeezer's proposed amendment? Councillor Grant.
So, where to start? I think that the way things develop in a city that's growing, you could never end up with just one as a practical sense of discussion and just the natural development of communities growing. I also like to say that things don't change if things don't change. I mean, we have talked ad nauseum, and everybody knows we have a severe housing crisis. We have children that are being thrown outside with their parents, and we're all allowing that to happen. I feel that some of the comments that have been made I was just very concerned to hear the public and members of the council talk in a way that really highlights NIMBYism at its worst. It's like we want change, but we don't want the change here. That's literally what's happening. And when we talk about equity, and when we talk about people feeling like they're vulnerable, there's no one more vulnerable than a child being thrown out on the street. If you own your home and you own your property, you know, they're by the grace of God. I am really distressed at the failures of a lack of understanding with regards to issues of equity in our city. I am really upset by what I see to be persistent classism, the assumption of how people who live in larger buildings, how they would act. I just think we have to do better. I really do. We have heard as recently as tonight about the cost of housing and how it's gone up. If we expect people to build more housing and for them to cover their cost of doing so, we have to support larger structures. And to not do that and to cherry pick certain areas to have this classism occur is just really unacceptable. And it's not being honest about addressing the issue. The false narratives around people who live in apartment buildings or large houses with multiple units is deeply concerning. You know, what are we really saying about our neighbors, about people who live in our city? We would just need to be thinking about that. And we need to be thinking about what, in fact, do we want to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on Councilor Newbeeser's amendment? Yes, Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. I'm in support of Councilor Newbeeser's amendments. And I would also like to echo the comments that Councilor Grant made. I completely agree with them. Watching the past ordinance committee meetings, I find myself highly disturbed at some of the implications, whether intended, intentional, or not. I still find the rhetoric highly disturbing. In a year where
Councilor Broderick, I'm going to ask that you not get into the motives of individual councilors, but please, with that caution, continue with your comments.
Okay, then I'll speak more generally about the rhetoric surrounding introducing density into a otherwise low-density neighborhood. So in a year where the national rhetoric against the poor, new Americans, and people of color is once again at new heights, I am highly disturbed by any sort of implication that placing high-density apartment buildings in ADUs in neighborhoods of homeowners will represent a serious decrease in the quality of life of said homeowners. And I find it highly disturbing that this would take precedence over the quality of life impacting the thousands of people who are not privileged enough to own a house in Burlington, folks that are unable to move to Burlington, folks young and old that are forced to leave Burlington, and as Councilor Grant said, the folks who are forced onto the streets of Burlington, families with kids who I have just witnessed. The rest of this council acknowledge that this is the concern around this crisis, all of which is affected by the current realities of our housing crisis. This is a crisis that permeates and is the root material cause of many of the community health and safety related crises that we talk about much more on this council and in our committees. It's very dangerous rhetoric, and it tracks with many swings in rhetoric that I've personally seen across the country. So thank you for at least amending out the height restriction and allow the city to continue to build more units. And I fully support us as a city being able to build larger units in our secondary structures so that we can continue to increase density while actually being able to comfortably house families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Is there any other councilor wishes to be recognized? I will go to councilors that have not been recognized the first time. So Councilor Litwin. Yeah, no, I recognize that. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be incredibly brief. I think a lot of the conversation is related to RL, which of course is a substantial section of Ward 7, which I represent. And I just want to remind folks around this table that I not only represent, but I live in what will be the densest populated neighborhood in the entire state of Vermont. So Ward 7 is certainly sharing the burden when it comes to density and when it comes to providing housing. Additionally, North Avenue is residential corridor and a substantial portion of it. And there will be much taller buildings along that. So before we have a long conversation about whether there's an equity issue with RL or that we shouldn't preserve those types of neighborhoods, I just think we should be looking at which wards are actually carrying the burden of that before we start taking aim at areas with larger portions of RL. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Councillor McKnight.
So if we're talking about rhetoric, I think there's a really important point that needs to be made. If 2 years ago the mayor had announced a zoning change that would quadruple the number of allowable units on most residential lots, increase building heights, allow secondary buildings where none were allowed before, and reduce green space, I think the public would have had a lot of opinions about it. But instead, that's not what was presented to the public. During a year when we had the biggest mayor's campaign that we've seen in a decade, this was presented as gentle infill, and most people did not pay attention. And this was passed before I became a councilor. I saw a lot of people being upset and confused about it because they hadn't heard about this, and now we're passing our biggest zoning change in 50 years. I'm somebody who really recognizes the urgency of addressing the housing crisis, and that's something you'll see me demonstrate here. I support large-scale developments like the one we discussed earlier today. But when I dug into things as a new counselor and started asking questions, I kind of kept having questions and talking to constituents and who in Ward 6 are a pretty even mix of renters and homeowners. Many of them are shocked and they have more questions. And so then as a new counselor, as I myself ask questions trying to get up to speed on the potential impacts of this zoning change, you can see really, I mean, frankly, how nasty this conversation gets. Concerns I have about potential impacts are totally dismissed. Concerns of my constituents that I hear dozens of examples of these concerns are dismissed. Basic questions about quality of life that I asked in the Ordinance Committee, you heard them in public comment today. My words were entirely twisted, and I can't even imagine what it's like on the chat in the Discord channel right now, because the tone of that discourse is not neighborly at all, and it inhibits counselors who are just trying to do their job and ask questions in order to represent their constituents. So I have a really big problem with that and with the whole framing of this. The amendments that we're proposing are actually very modest. Most lots, maybe they wouldn't be able to quadruple their units, but they'll still be able to triple them from what the neighborhood code is allowing, between what it allows now and what was allowed in the past. And the goal was simply to bring some balance to a process that is really already beyond what many people imagined it would be, and is a huge, bold step in addressing the very real crisis that we're all talking about. So I would appreciate the ability to have the freedom to ask questions, to do my job as a counselor without being berated and having false accusations made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. I'm only going to allow for one round on this question. And so Councilor Shannon, Councilor Newbeezer, Councilor Grant, we've already gone through one round. And so I'm not going to permit for a second round of comments on this. Are there any councilors that have not spoken a first time that still wishes to speak on Councilor Newbeezer's amendment? Seeing none, we will, yeah. I think we will go, I don't see any other councilors in the queue, so I think we will go to a vote then. I will turn first to City Attorney Sturdivant. I see you online. I don't believe we have this amendment in writing, but I believe it is straightforward enough. Just want to confirm with you that you followed the proposed amendment and that we're prepared to go to a vote on the item.
Yes, my understanding was to increase from the 900 to 1,100.
Correct. Correct, Councilor Newbeezer? Okay.
on line 55.
Right, so we will go to a vote on Counselor Newbeezer's amendment, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Counselor Barlow?
No.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
No.
Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
No.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
No.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
8 ayes, 4 nays.
So with 8 yeses and 4 noes, the ordinance is amended further. And so now the question before the council is whether or not to warn the ordinance as amended first by Councilor Shannon, second by Councilor Newbeezer for a public hearing that would be held on October 28th. On this one as well, I would, well, Councilor Newbeezer, I don't think you've had the floor on the underlying question yet of whether or not to warn it for a public hearing, so I'll turn to you.
No, I just want to be clear with constituents because I think the wider conversation around neighborhood code is combining in a lot of folks' minds, perhaps, with this, which only refers to secondary structures. To my mind, the good news is that wherever we land, both later on in November and ultimately, if we do pass or not pass this, the updated neighborhood code will increase housing stock over time, and I do think presents a really good opportunity for our community. That being said, I do want to be clear, based on comments in the public comment and to make my position clear to my constituents, there are aspects of neighborhood code that I do genuinely continue to be concerned about. In my view, our number one priority after we get through these conversations must be ensuring affordability requirements are overlaid on neighborhood code as passed. I hope that this council, in coordination with the Planning Commission and Ordinance Committee, will be willing to move forward policy to that effect. I view that there are, in my view, there are potential loopholes to our inclusionary zoning as it relates to these changes, and a number of my constituents feel the same. More housing by itself does not get us to affordability, in my view. I don't think there's evidence for that. That is a piece of the solution, but we have to put in strong requirements that protect our community, and I am certainly committed to that, and that has been my long-held view. So I will stop ranting there because I know we're already late, but appreciate Council President Travers and certainly appreciate the chair of the Progressive Caucus, Councilor Bergman, for both your continued work to encourage collaboration and bring this council together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Is there any councilor who has not been recognized yet on the underlying question of warning this matter for a public hearing that likes to get in the queue? All right. Seeing no one, then we will go to a vote on the underlying question. The question is whether or not to warn the ordinance as amended by Councilor Shannon and by Councilor Newbeezer for a public hearing, which would take place on October 28th. The clerk will please call the roll on that question.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
12 ayes.
Well, with 12 ayes and 0 noes, we did not need a roll call vote. That passes unanimously. And that takes us to the end of our deliberative agenda. And seeing no other business, absent objection, I will declare this meeting adjourned at 11:43 p.m. Thank you very much.
And good morning to Councilor Carpenter. Thank you.
And thank you, Councilor Carpenter, for joining us 6 hours ahead. Enjoy your day.
A little puff for me. Thank you, sir.